Let's go digital, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome. Um, my name is Blessing Manale. I'm Chief Director Communications at the Department of Tourism. I'm going to be facilitating today's interactive public lecture on digital transformation in tourism, uh, which basically means less paper today, um, or more tourism today. Let me take the opportunity to just allow colleagues to quickly settle in. We were scheduled to start at 9:15, but I'm sure with the skills of the facilitator, we should be able to make up for that lost 15 minutes of time. This interaction is being beamed live on the World Wide Web at tourismupdate.co.za. The hashtag is hashtag tourism and digital transformation, hashtag we do tourism, hashtag World Tourism Day 2018, or hashtag tourism.gov.za. So any of those hashtags, but if anything you say, just say tourism for this month. That should be good enough for me. Somebody will be able to pick it up. Digital transformation, adventure tourism, Eastern Cape tourism, Tsitsigama tourism, OR Tambo tourism, King Sabata Dalinjebo tourism. If you say any of those words this month and you are here, I'm happy to welcome you. There is a kid that's nicely digitally talking to us there. Ta, ta, ta. Okay. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I've got quite an impressive panel of speakers, but most importantly, I want to take the opportunity to just acknowledge and welcome in our presence the following. Firstly, the two deputy directors general from the Department of Tourism, DDG Anime Malan and DDG Lula Maduma, who's responsible for corporate management as well as policy and research, respectively. Then the chief executive officer of the Eastern Cape Tourism and Parks Authority, Mr. Daimani. I know he's here with us. The Director General and Accounting Officer of the Department of Tourism, Mr. Victor Tarage, who's sitting here. But then our host and the Vice Chancellor of the Walter Sisulu University, Professor Rob Midgley, and he's the registrar, the campus rector, the senior leadership of the academic staff of the university. But I think most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, let me say that we are honored to have amongst us the executive mayor of the OR Tambo District Municipality, Mrs. Noma Nkosazana Meth. She's also joined us here. So this is actually not just about the academic space you are in. It's about tourism broadly outside of our ivory towers or our concrete towers, as we'd call our institutions of higher learning. With those words, let me then officially welcome you and once again say to those that are following this public lecture streaming, we hope that you'd continue in your comment, tag us when you comment. But most importantly, colleagues, what's important is for you as participants to interact. I will introduce our panel once they come on board, but I'll only call them to the podium once we have been welcomed by the host, by Professor Rob Midgley, who shared with us quite some interesting stories about his tenure here and the things that he continued to see on a day-to-day basis. One of the things he told us was that this university was almost land grabbed. We almost came here and found that the university is no more part of under his control. There was almost a land grab this morning, but we're happy that that has been postponed up until after the public lecture, Prof. Once the public lecture is done, you are on your own. People can once again grab the land. But let me welcome Professor Rob Midgley, the Vice Chancellor of WSU, and welcome. Thanks, Prof.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Director General of Tourism, Mr. Tarage, the CEO of East Cape Tourism and Parks, Mr. Diamani, the Executive Mayor of the OR Tambo District Municipality, Councillor Neth, the guest speaker, Mr. Ryan Hogarth, and then I'm just going to say, and everybody else here, panel members, members of staff, and all of you here, I welcome you and I recognize you all. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to welcome you to WSU Tourism. Did you hear me? And just to give you a very brief indication about Walter Sisulu University, we have got 4 campuses. This is our largest campus that we have here. We have got 32,000 students and approximately 2,500 staff members. I'm told by people who know more about this than me that we are the 3rd biggest employer in the Eastern Cape province. And so therefore we have a very important footprint in the Eastern Cape province, and we play a very important role as well. If you look at our 4 campuses, the 32,000 students, 15,000 of those students are on this particular campus, the Umtata campus. But then we also have campuses in East Town, East London, and Butterworth as well. And I like to point out that it takes about 400 kilometers from the one end of WSU to the other end of Walter Sisulu University. And I have got 4 district municipalities within our area, and I have 6 kingdoms and 6 kings and queens that I have to owe allegiance to. And so it is a very significant part that we have at this university. So I welcome you all here. I particularly would like to thank the Department of Tourism for selecting Walter Sisulu University for this particular event and for having the confidence to entrust us with being the host. It's most appreciated. Often people forget about the universities who are at the periphery, who are there in the Bundus, and they don't realize that we are also in a position to provide modern technology and facilities and opportunities to people to move into the era. We are currently in the 4th Industrial Revolution, and we should be heading and thinking now of the 5th, because if we don't do that, we are behind times. I always say that WSU is a gateway institution. Without an institution like us, many families, many people would not have an opportunity to benefit and improve their own economic circumstances. Many of our students that come here are people who would otherwise not have been accepted at universities elsewhere, probably because they have not had the sufficient matric points, etc. But we provide them that opportunity. And I can cite a number of examples of people who came from small rural villages, who have come to WSU to do a diploma or a certificate, moved on from there, and are now holders of masters and PhDs. They would never have had that opportunity had we not provided them as the opportunity here. And so therefore, I consider Walter Sisulu University to be a national asset. We need places like ours in order to ensure that the future is more secure for many people who otherwise would not have had that opportunity. Walter Sisulu University has recently been in the news, possibly for the wrong reasons, and people are also indicate, might be considered, might want to know a little bit more about the program accreditation. I can assure you that Walter Sisulu University has got almost all its programs accredited. People who come here will receive an education that they can be proud of and that they can look anybody else in the eye and say, I am not necessarily better than you, but I am as good as you are. My qualification is as recognized as you are. There are 2 instances where that is not the case. The first is with the very much publicized LLB loss of accreditation last year. But we are working hard on trying to find solutions to the problem. I don't think that we will be able to take people into the university as first years next year, but most certainly back in 2020, we will, I'm pretty confident we will be able to restore the LLB to acceptable levels. So I just want to debunk any rumor, one that I heard last night, and that is that the law department is going to close down. It will not close down. We are pumping money into that in order to recruit people that are suitable, and we are rearranging the curriculum to meet that. Another issue that is now also of concern is the aesthetics and prosthetics program. If you can say that better than I can, then I will congratulate you. And that is also one that is receiving attention, and we're taking remedial action to ensure that people who are affected by that program will be receiving a proper degree and attention. So those are only 2 programs out of over 250 programs that we have on offer. And so therefore, let us not be dragged down by the bad news. The good news is that we have got a properly accredited PSYCA program. We've, for accounting, we have got our engineering programs are accredited, our human resources programs are accredited, our health sciences, doctors are accredited. So we have got flagship programs at this institution. But I suppose I shouldn't just ignore the theme of this conference, of this particular gathering, and that is the issue of tourism and digitization. One of the things you might see an old fossil standing in front of you, and it is true, so I'm not going to deny that, but I am a digitized fossil, all right? Because we cannot act in this day and age without embracing technology. And we've got to move away from the old way of doing things into a way of doing things. And educators in particular have got a very good, high responsibility in this regard, because we have to start training people to be skilled enough to deal with issues that are going to happen 10, 15 years ago. And the problem with us is that we are normally far behind. The sad reality is that the innovators that you're going to see talking to you at the panel this morning, they are at the forefront of the new way of doing things. Government regulators are about 5 years behind, and then educators are about 5 years behind again. And we should actually, in terms of our own strategic planning, be 5 years ahead. The reality, as these are common knowledge facts, and that is that 60% of the jobs that exist today are not going to be in existence by 2030. 60% of the jobs as we know them will not be in existence by 2030. And the converse is also true, that in 2030, 60% of the jobs are not going to be in existence at the moment. And so therefore, it is not the knowledge that is important. Educators are no longer people who convey knowledge to others. We have got to be facilitators of knowledge, because the knowledge is out there for everybody to understand and to get. We've got to know how to get people to access that particular knowledge. I'm looking forward to see how we can embrace technology in a variety of ways to attract tourism to this area, but also to improve the way in we offer tourism services. One last thought. In this digital age, I think one of the things that we tend to forget is that it is a high pressurized age. Everything happens a lot more quicker than it used to be in the past. And as a result, that is going to affect the human being a lot more, because the time out is going to be extremely important. And therefore, I think that as we talk about digitalization, we must also look at the leisure activities that go to make us sound human beings in the process. And this is where tourism becomes important, because tourism offers the opportunity for leisure activity to counterbalance the high volume and the intense activity that these kinds of machines produce. Program Director, I think I've given enough of the views. I would just like to once again welcome everybody here to this particular event, and welcome to Walter Sisulu University Tourism.
Thank you, Prof. I'm not sure whether I'm going to be able to say prosthesis and osthesis. No, I must leave it that. Well, thank you for those smart remarks, and indeed we wish you all the best in resolving the issue of the accreditation of your LLB program. I'm an LLB graduate myself, but I can give you some comfort by saying that don't worry, the world can live without lawyers for a year or two. So for that, be comforted. Without a waste of time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon Mr. Vuyani Diamond, who is the CEO of the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Authority, to just quickly come and tell us what it means to be in the business of tourism in the Eastern Cape and why this theme may be linked to that. CEO, the floor is yours. And he's bringing a piece of paper on a theme on digital transformation. But we will get there. One day, some people will have iPads and tablets and cell phones, but for now, we'll accept that they've got paper and pen. CEO.
He's gonna pay dearly for that, and I know how to make him pay. He puts me into this, and then he pulls that one. Good morning, everyone. Executive Mayor of the district, and the KSD, the DG, the Vice Chancellor, colleagues from the trade, the members of the academic staff, NDT colleagues, trade partners, and our honorable guest this morning, our facilitators. You are all welcomed. Sometimes words fail to put into effect what you want to say. And I thought that I must just, in case I miss some of the things I want to say. So let me have a video to summarize what I want to say, so that I speak less. I'm trying that. And you know what they say, there's always a need for a backup in case the digital fails. So I've got my copy. Don't worry. I hope it doesn't fail, but if it does, I'm safe. You see, blessing.
You are forgiven. See you for bringing your paper.
Really?
You are alive.
Let me say something, West. We're trying it. Maybe the first point that I just want to put across is that the choice of an institution as part of the process provides an opportunity for students to pick up innovations. And I think this is something that they must embrace. It's a necessary disruption, because we've seen over the years that when there's disruption challenging the status quo, it provides efficiency and opportunities. So it's something that we welcome. The choice of an institution by NDT is good news. I think that's the first one. The second one is the choice of this one specifically. The one who got the former president of the ANC and the country into trouble. His old friend was Walter. So if you wanted somebody who would be more attuned to understand what the former centenarian would have said today, it would have been Walter. So the choice of this institution in that particular context is befitting. So in a centenary celebration of the life of Dr. Mandela, Walter Sisulu University, from a national tourism perspective, it's a perfect fit. So that is the second point I just want to say. But the third one is around the province specifically. If you were going to look for the most diverse province, you will not go anywhere other than the Eastern Cape. I think that's the second point. This is tested. You can try and not only from a biodiversity point of view, diversity-wise, but also in terms of endemism. Okay, these isms and other things are probably going to confuse some people, but if you're an institution of higher learning, you can't resist the ism. So you must just bring your words and your vocabulary in order. So if you're looking for the most diverse with the highest, endemism, it will be the Eastern Cape. You can walk around here, you will find that you'll be told, don't touch that. You won't get it anywhere in the world. It's only available in the Eastern Cape, in this region specifically. And that's what the Wild Coast provides for you in terms of that context. So it's good that we're here. But there's something else that's linked to that. If you are going to exploit and explore what technology can do, you are operating in a province that's got less resources, financially speaking. So for you to be able to exploit and take it to bigger platforms where people ordinarily have not seen it, your facilitator to be able to take this province and showcase it to the globe is your technological. Technology plays an important role to sell hidden gems, which is what we refer ourselves as, to the rest of the globe. So without that capability, we'll have failed. I think that's the third point. There's a fourth point I would like to mention around technological capability. There was another experience where I think the premier of the province had a delegation from China. There were about plus minus 50 odd business people that were there, and those people couldn't visit all the destinations as we would have loved them to do. So guess what we did? The Provincial Tourism Authority, the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism, has an Instagram page where we challenge individuals where they are to take pictures of what they see and post it in our Instagram page. So guess what we did? Okay, you want to visit the province without going into it? We went on an Instagram page, pull up the best pictures that represent the province, pull those pictures together, and we have a display to showcase to Chinese business people within just a 10-15 minute preparation for that. And they could tour the province virtually without going into that. But it was important for us to be able to transmit that message because we wanted them to have a sense of what the province offers. So if they have to make a business decision, you've provided them the opportunity just to do that with presenting the offerings of the Eastern Cape. We're in Port Elizabeth for all that is worth, but they know something about the Wild Coast because the pictures were there. And we did not pay any photographer to do that. It is ordinary people who took pictures, loaded them on our Instagram page, and would be able to exploit that opportunity. So it saves us cost. Imagine the olden days. What do? You would have to contract a photographer who was going to carry a big camera at a cost. You must book that photographer somewhere. You've got a province that's diverse, that's very vast. So you have to transport yourself around that. So it will have been a program that will probably be 2 weeks or 3 weeks. But this we didn't do. Ordinary people were telling their own story in terms of what they've seen, which puts us in a better platform. So that is just one example of what we are putting together there. The other aspect that I think it's important is that if you, from a heritage and a cultural perspective, this is another reason why. I'm not trying to justify why Eastern Cape is chosen, but I'm just trying to give context to why it is, and I think it's befitting. If you talk heritage and cultural diversity, where would you go? You'll come here. If you are going to celebrate cultural heritage elsewhere, you are going to pick one or two incidences. Here, you've got years of such captured and a story that must be told. But this is what we're making a case to say. In the exploitation of digital platforms and technology, how best can we capture and encapsulate this particular story so that we're able to tell it and sell it to the rest of the world? I think this is the important aspect. You know, the other benefit when you speak representing somebody, you've got a freedom to say whatever that you say because you are not responsible for that. So that's the other advantage I have standing here. But the context that you're providing is that starting from Tsitsikamma, when we did the launch of the Tourism Month activities, we've put together what referred to as the life and stories of Nontsikelelo Sisulu. And we've told that story where we are taking, in collaboration with the National Arts Festival, we put together a story where we're telling that story in theatrical performance. And this we've done venues that you probably would not know about. We've been to Lady Grey. Okay. There's a place that's called Lady Grey in this province. And if you want to try to explore coal exploration in terms of mining, you'll find it there. It works. We didn't stop there. We've been to Queenstown. We've been to Steve Biko Center in Kimberlemstown over a period. That's what we've done. But today we are here as part of the lecture. We're just putting a case that says, here is an opportunity for young people. I mean, one of the explosive statistics of the country, you'll find that you'll be told that if you talk about 2030, which is the horizon that the VISO was referring to, up to that age, our age population will be just around 60. Okay, those who are 59, you must take the signal. In 2030, you won't be here. So that's what it says. But the important aspect in that statistic is that the young population within that particular category at that point in time is going to be a significant contribution to our population. So what it means is that there's an opportunity for young people to have an active role in terms of what you do. So it takes us to the point that we're in today to say, with all the innovations that we're talking about, these are necessary disruptions, opportunities that must be, exploited by young people so that they remain relevant in what's available. The VC has made a point. There will be jobs that will not be there. It's not a threat. If you go to the World Economic Forum database, you will find that there are jobs of the future and there are jobs that will not be there. So the realignment of what is possible and what we can do provides an opportunity for that. And we'll say technology is something that we need to embrace. It's here. You can protect yourself as much as you can, but the gospel truth is that you'll fail. So what do? You just embrace it and take advantage and exploit it. And I think that is the core of the message. I see that the technology, it's up and running now. Aha. In case I miss something, technology is going to cover that. But the important aspect, if I was talking on behalf of the MEC, I will make this point to say you are welcome to the Adventure Province. This is the province based on our heritage, based on our biodiversity. It's a province that provides legendary experiences. The issue is not about the legends. The issue is about the experiences that will not get anywhere. There's nothing adrenaline about adventure. But the gist of what we're selling is that you've been elsewhere. You have not explored the Eastern Cape. So if you are up for adventure, to try something that you've never tried before, this is your opportunity. If in the process you bump into something that's adrenaline, good luck. But it's not just about adrenaline. It's about exploring something that you've never tried before. And that's what we're all about. We're an adventure. You've been everywhere else, but you have not completed your tourism experience if you've not tasted the adventure. And that's what we are. The video is going to summarize my story. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. That was quite some serious marketing there. But I also just wanted to tell the photographers, don't worry, you won't lose your jobs. He's not telling the truth when he's saying that they are no more going to be paying for photographers because they're using the Instagram page. I'm just worried about what Prof said when he said in 2030, 60% of us here won't have jobs. I mean, it's seriously worrying. I mean, we're going to be half of us pensioners in 10 years if we don't embrace digital transformation. Sound. Cindy, sound is dead. I may have to take a Italy informed decision and say that we'll watch the video over lunch so that the geeks can fix that. We want to see that much more focused, much more concentrated because we're selling a province here. So CEO would come back once the technology team has fixed that. But thank goodness we've got backup, as you've said about digital transformation, that you always need backup. So would, ladies and gentlemen, would find some time between the lunch break and the interactive discussions and just go through the video in much more detail. But thank you once again, CEO, for those inspiring words. Actually, when you spoke about Sisulu and Mandela, when I told my 6-year-old daughter that I'm going to Walter Sisulu's Walter Sisulu University, she just heard Walter Sisulu and said, "Oh, you're going to Madiba's friend." And that's a 6-year-old, and you can imagine. So their association between both Tata Madiba and except that Walter did also other things for Madiba, like getting him a woman, and but you know, brothers always do those for each other, you know. So it's it can tell that it's quite a long-lasting relationship and connection between the two. So when we celebrate Walter Sisulu, we literally celebrate Madiba as well as, but I think most importantly also because this is the anniversary of Umama Albertina Sisulu as well. So it's just a mixed bag of celebrations. Can I now call upon the Director General of the Department of Tourism? He's going to set the scene, and then after that, we'll then go into our guest speaker. DG, just tell us what the department thinks this. I mean, tourism was great. We'll just wear safaris and go to the park. But now we must go digital and all that. Yeah. Thanks, DG.
Thank you, Blessing. I think we need to organize a safari suit for him to be able to go on a safari. I'm told I must stand and not move. Thank you. Just want to remind Blessing that we are live. So, no, it might sound like a trivial thing, but there may be kids watching. So anybody who will speak here, we don't have that parental guidance line. So I'm putting it up front. Please just do note that that is the case. Let me recognize Her Worship and Prof. and the speakers and all delegates, the students. Do we have students here? We don't have students. Prof, we don't have students. I hope they're not going to be waiting for us outside to find out why they were not here. If they ask, I'm going to say, I don't know. But anyway, I do think at some point, I mean, we should organize some talk with the students about this, because they are really the people that understand digitization and so on and so forth. Some of us, I was with Mtoa at varsity. He's going to speak more intelligently about these things. But we like creatures of DOS. So those of you who understand, it's like what Prof said is you said you're a digitized fossil. Yeah. But he shared with me something very profound. He says he's been to 90%. Yeah, he's been to 90% of those activities. And he says he needs more. He says he needs more activities, and the activities are created. That's where you get business opportunities in tourism. It's not about the same things all over. It's about creating other new things as well. So he says he wants new things, and he says they keep him young. The message I took from that is that Prof is here with us, and he's safe. He's been to all of those. He hasn't done the bungee. He's done all this, and he's back here, and he is safe. So South Africa is a safe destination to travel to, that I can tell you. I travel this country, I go to every part of this country, and there's not one part of this country where I don't feel safe. There are issues. The police are dealing with the criminals, but what is more important is for us to know this is our home. It's our home. If we are going to think, if somebody issues a travel advisory against us and say, that's not a safe place to travel, and we fold our arms ourselves, and we are not going to be on Twitter, we are not going to be on WhatsApps and so on Instagram and so on, make sure that those experiences, so I will forgive Prof because he probably is not on those platforms, but those experiences, you are showing them to the world that you are enjoying being in this beautiful country. I want you to take note of that, because we simply just embrace whatever message is brought to us as a people, and that is not correct. It's not correct. Somebody tweets something today, the whole world goes with that tweet. And then somebody issues a travel warning. We've got one that has been issued currently by the United States of America, and we all go with it. So I try to look at this issue a little bit yesterday. I'll come back to the issue today. But what triggered why I should add this, it was not in my speaking notes. What triggered this was when Prof said there's a rumor. This was just related to the issue of the LLB. Now, rumor loves digital, and digital loves rumor. It's a match made certainly not in heaven. But why I'm raising this is because, and this is why I raised the youth issue. They've got the gadgets. I'm sure some of the things that I've just said now would probably have gone viral. Not with this group. If I ask which hashtags did Blessing talk about earlier, what was the hashtag? Anybody who still remembers? Okay, Blessing, you may want to repeat those hashtags because I don't think there's anybody that's tweeted anything yet. But the point I'm trying to make is that you've got power in your hands. These things are power. This is power. Elections are won on these things. They are lost on these things. This is power. And you are only going to be able to use that power, if you get yourself to realize that the world has gone digital. The world has gone digital. Things are no longer for a phone call and an SMS. And that's it. And then you pay a package of 3,000 rands, 5,000 rands, and so on. It cannot be like that. Anyway, I think that in a way was just to highlight this. So I like some of the things that Vian was saying. And technology is abound current. So you think about how can you show the experience and entice. Let's get CE with your other community of the 8 other CEs plus Njona is the CEO of SAT, the 10 of you. Let's get to start realizing that holograms could actually get us much more mileage. Let's have an event here and show that event, and other people are enjoying the same event elsewhere in the world, and they are able to see that South Africa, the very South Africa that we live in, where we have grown up, we're graying in that same Africa. I have no doubt I will live up to an old age in this very country, and I will be safe in this very country. And our tourists are safe and they're enjoying it. And I think that is the kind of message we want out there. We haven't had that message yet. We were here, we enjoyed this province, was it 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, Blessing? We really had quite a good time. We'll be back here in 2 weeks or so. Next week already. And we're going to really enjoy ourselves. Let the world know that there is Eastern Cape, that this is the home of Madiba. This is where they should also come and enjoy the experience of the culture of Amaxhosa. So that's really, I understand these 6 kingdoms. So just allow me to use that one only for now. So there are some statistics. I will shy away from mentioning countries, but these countries are our competitors. First competitors. You have heard about, on average, these 57 people die in our country, right? These murder cases and so on. One country is 170. 170 is on the west of South Africa, across the Atlantic. It's a competitor of South Africa, a big competitor of South Africa. On the north of that country, 87 people die, murders per day, gangs all over the place. They get more tourists in that country than South Africa, coming from the United States of America, right? Then you've got on the east, another country we've got very special relationship with, across an ocean. I'm not going to mention the name of the ocean. 88. 88. Officers, welcome. We're talking about the issue of crime and how important it is that law enforcement officers understand how important tourism is to the country, and the sites where people go to should be safe and secured at all times. And we are saying they are, but we need to see more visibility of the police there as well. We then come to South Africa, we said 57. We go to the US, the stats I picked up was 47. The global average that I picked up was 237. Now, one murder is one too many. One murder is one too many. A life lost is one life too many. But the point here, in whatever we're saying, is that with the effort from the police, with the effort from the community, criminals are known. With the effort from the community, we can win this war. So all I'm trying to emphasize here is that we have a beautiful place and we must be proud of that place. Now, travelers, okay, let me come to this issue about digitization, short, brief. Yesterday, President Ramaphosa was addressing the COSATU conference. And one of the things that he said was that there is a learning and working have now come very close to each other. And it reinforces the point that you were making, Prof. Now, you can't just continue working without looking at the opportunity of the potential changes that could come to that environment that would enable. Now, I know these fears. Prof talked about job losses and so on. Let me give you one example. One of the big changes was when we had ATMs. ATMs were like big change. I'm sure all these tellers were very worried about their jobs. Now, instead of a teller, you had somebody who played pretty much the teller's role. That money still needed to be counted, put into something, and somebody must live with it, sign for it, and so on. But there was another person who needed to actually put the money into that machine. There were other people who needed to transport the money. Some of these disruptors are going to generate more jobs as opposed to actually reducing the number of jobs. Now, without punting any technology, the technologies that have disrupted within tourism, whether it's in the accommodation space, transportation, and so on, have actually brought in additional stock, quite a lot of additional stock that has come through. The regulation of that is a different issue. They've also brought in people that must actually service that particular stock. Now, in the process, they've also allowed for more choice, which means you are able to reduce in terms of cost because there's better competition. So you have to think about these things and say to yourself, how will this actually help us? So you've got categories of future travelers. Most futurists in the tourism space are saying that futurists is people who see far into the future. Not like Ugbola, like really it's a bit of a scientific process to arrive at it. So you've got people who are looking for simplicity, and I think a bulk of what we have has provided for that. So you don't have to walk and go to some place in a shopping mall to be able to get a ticket and so on. You don't have to rush from home because you've got to be at the airport 2 hours before on a domestic flight and so on. These are the kinds of issues. So simplicity seekers, the cultural purists, this province here, I can tell you, you have got a lot of very unique cultural heritage features. Those that have not even been explored. See, we need to develop those. And they're saying in 2030, that's where the market wants to go globally. Ethical travelers. If you're not green, I don't know if this green carpet has got anything to do with it, but if you're not green and your practices are deemed to be either exploitative and so on, forget about that market in the future. It's not going to come. So we've got to look at that as well. Reward hunters. These are people really that have traveled everywhere. They really want something that is extraordinarily going to fulfill them. They're not looking for just the ordinary. So you're not going to have mass-based products in that regard, but those that you're going to support so that they can be developed. There are some here, very, 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 very good products that already meet that standard, but you need to cultivate them so that they can actually provide for that market in the future. Social capital seekers. This is the guy who wants to tweet first or to post first in Instagram that I did it, I was there, and so on. And these are people who want to be influencers and so on. Got a lot of those who come for the bungee and so on. So we want more of those that would actually influence others to be able to come here and show us how things work. Now you may, and the last one is obligation seekers. People will always travel for religious purposes. And when I talk religious purposes, you may think, no, it's coming to churches and so on and so forth. No, it's people that would come because there is an Inyanga in one place that people know this person has done this and done that. People will come for business reasons. Business travelers also coming to attend particular events like we're here, we're part of that category. So that would always continue. It will be there. But there are these new ones that are actually coming through that I think we have got to look at that and say, how do we support in the development of the product? How do we support in making sure that technologies are going to speak to this? They want to be involved in how you're going to give that experience to them. So technologies can assist. They can tell you what types of technologies can assist with that to already be able to give ideas about what works and what does not work. Now, should government get involved in this? And I'm probably gonna speak a little bit of this and move on. It's a big question. It's a very, very big question. Do you leave innovation and it goes and we chase it? We're 5 years behind. We agree. Academia, you're saying you're 5 years behind. Do we leave that as is, or there is some sort of association of purpose that needs to emerge? And that association of purpose, Prof, would say, if you have objectives in there, very specific objectives, how do you guide that adoption? Innovation is a different issue. You can't control innovation, but adoption of particular technologies is intentional. So you don't get overtaken by events and you start chasing all these Silicon Valley startups when they've disrupted your environment totally. Now, a typical example would be, if you understand the environment within which you operate, so in our case is tourism, and you look at everything that has been sort of innovated. By the way, most of these innovations are not something new. It's existing processes. It's existing processes that are digitized. Very same processes, then they get digitized. Very same sort of approach as the same traditional medicinal type plants that were used, whether it's here, whether it's in Asia, whether it's in Latin America and so on, and that gets processed, it gets prospected, then gets processed, then it gets packaged, then it gets sold to you. And then you look at the traces. If you've done a bit of chemistry, then you start seeing This product and this product, they are exactly the same. The difference could be the quantities, the dosages, and so on. Pretty much the same kind of approach with what is happening with digitization. Pretty much. Now, the question then that comes in is, what role does government play? Which technologies as government should we then move on to say, this we are actually going to promote because it's in the interest of all of us? An example of that would be if we were to adopt, now I'm talking to these learned friends, if we were to adopt not the LLB way, the tech way, if we were to adopt the use of blockchains and the possibility that can come with it. Whether you're talking about every other small business in the tourism value chain being able to plug in instantly. Now you're bringing the product in, you are very sure that what is come into that is not going to be wiped out by anybody. It's actually going to stay there. Now, when it stays there, you are able to trace it, you are able to audit it. The same can apply to us as government now. Pure. Imagine if we're doing our tenders on blockchains. You will have zero corruption, literally. Because you will be able to trace it, be able to say, this is exactly where it went wrong. And you will be able to deal with it. Now, you will have the stock that is readily available. All these other startups which want to start a website or what and so on to make the bookings, they will just go and plug into that directly. And you don't have to go and plug to a third party somewhere. Then that one has got to get a cut. Another one has got to get a cut. By the time you actually get your cut as the person who's actually putting the bread on the actual table, how many cuts have actually been done already? Probably 30%. So these are the issues that we have got to actually get down to. And I think out of this, and as we go into the future, keep these thinkers closer. Later in the year, in the financial year, we're going to have an innovation conference. And I would really want to see some of these minds feeding into that. And what we are saying, which I would love to give yourselves with, is we are going to look at the processes that are currently happening, whether it's in hospitality, travel, and so on. We're going to look at those processes. We'll need academia for that, Prof, to look much deeper into that detail. We'll say these are the actual problems we are faced with. We don't want to prescribe the technology. We don't know much about the technologies, but we know the problems we're faced with, and we are saying we must define it better. In fact, the language that is used within innovation environment currently says, when we look at today's world, we have enough solutions, but we need to define our problems a lot better so that the adoption or even the making should then match and fit the purpose. That's really the issue. Jack Ma says that for him, when he started Alibaba, the largest online store, so to say, in the world, and he knew that he was in serious competition with the Americans. He understood it to mean that China, from where it was starting, his opportunity would always be much bigger than in the US, because the US was already far advanced. So point I'm making here is that where you are today, you probably have the best place to start. You've got the best place to start because you're not looking at some huge competition that is already taking place and you don't know where exactly to start. And so you have got the right place to start right here in the country. And we hope that we are going to benefit from, you probably have heard that Alibaba, they are coming here in October to actually have more nuanced discussions about where can we take this. And that would include also where can we take the whole innovation case for tourism and making sure that in future we are able to get something out of this that is tangible. We want a bigger player in that space that comes from South Africa. We have always been known to be pioneers. So WeChat is all over in China. People don't even know that WeChat is South African. This is the kind of stories that we must tell about our country. The last one I will leave you with is about some of the things that are not known about the country that are so important to us, but we do not showcase these things and say this is what we have done. If you look at the x-rays, normal x-rays, it was South Africans that actually got the level of precision that we've got today, where when you look at it closely and closely, you are able to see that's a liver, that's a heart. That precision was actually gotten to that point by South Africans. We've got South Africans, and the person who was part of that as well is the UJ rector. We've got South Africans that have developed technologies for storage of energy and so on. They have not really necessarily gotten the offtake. Siya Nxusa, you all know him. He's one of those. Young man was offered by President Barack Obama the citizenship of the US to live there for good. And he said, no, I want to go back home. They need me more. So I'm saying this, that all of us here, we are needed here a lot more. The development of the technology, those of you who probably drive Mercedes and so on, there's a technology where if you are slumbering, you're driving and you feel like you're sleeping, it starts to vibrate. Starts to vibrate. Part of the team that developed that, one of those people came from my high school way back, not so distant, a village from mine, a pure village boy. Point I'm trying to make here is that we are a great country, and let not one person speak us down. Let's carry ourselves and we will win this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General. I know you gave that warning about Bilal, but we are taking the war to him. We are taking the Twitter war to him. You know who I'm talking about. The leader of that country with 51 stars and stripes. That's the flag of that. But I think, Director General, just before I call on the keynote speaker and the panelists to come to the podium, I think that you have raised in quite a number of issues, including what the CEO said. But the hashtags are we do tourism, hashtag digital transformation and tourism, hashtag World Tourism Day. But there is a saying that now says that the person that's going to live for 200 years is already been born. Now, some of us started with the telecom line via all the other phones, the Nokia, the big one. We are now on Instagram, and so you can imagine in 200 years what would it be? If I can ask anyone here, what is your official fax number? No one knows their fax number, do you? Prof, you might. If even Prof does not use a fax machine anymore, or DDG, where's your checkbook? No one keeps a checkbook anymore, but they still transact. The traffic officers, very soon there will be no road signs. Actually, already people are using road signs just as tourism destination itself. You see a road sign, you stop to just take a picture next to the road sign, because that's the only other thing that shows you are there. Otherwise, your cellular phone is taking you there. You know, our ladies that sells Moshu, very soon you'll be able to order Moshu online. So Mr. Delivery, we should be able to bring you samp and steak. So you cannot only be pizza. So you should be able to order Musho online. And then our officers, you need to think beyond 10,111. Very soon there will be no 10,111 line. Somebody want to take his phone, press a button, and you respond with the same speed as if you have been calling on 10,111. So you better start getting more data, gentlemen of the law. That's what is going to determine crime prevention in the country. That's what's going to determine a lot of other things. But I think that also online, as the DG was trading, so shops are going to get smaller, but businesses are going to grow. So you might not need a spaza shop. You might also just start thinking, how do I deliver those ice lollies to the school kids just before they knock off? So I think that is the space of digital transformation. I mean, we know a lot of other things that we could speak about, but I'm not a panelist. I'm just facilitating, and I'm basically saying now, let us welcome our panelists as they come to the gentlemen. You must now come and face the digital firing squad. And ladies. Okay, yes, okay, thank you. The keynote speaker wants the show to himself. That's on a lighter note.
This is live. I don't want the panelists being shown bored in the background.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, the facilitation will go in this way. We've got a keynote speaker that's going to set the scene and open up all wild ideas, all binary ideas, all connected ideas, all ideas. And then after that, the panel will come in and respond specifically around issues in which they've been, and we've got a panel of great people from Uber to the airports company to e-entrepreneurs to young researchers that wake up, go to the CSIR and think this on a day-to-day basis. So you're welcome. But also let me just say to the opportunity to say that we welcome the leadership of the Student Representative Council. I've seen that they've just joined us. We really wanted to make sure that student and the Director General has committed that we'd have a much more bigger session with student leadership, with student societies, with clubs, to basically say to them, how can you use digital transformation to learn better, to learn better, to interact better with the academic space. And we really appreciate their welcome. And I'm going to be a maverick and say that toward the end of the panel, I'm just going to ask you to also just say a few words about what digital transformation you can do to students. We've discovered that you actually use the most learning. That's how you organize your strikes. That's how you share notes. And that's why, and that's how you frustrate lecturers. So we really know that students are actually on the cutting edge of using digital transformation to achieve some of their gains. But let me take, ladies and gentlemen, this opportunity to call a gentleman by the name of Mr. Rian Hogarth. Rian, as he comes here, the communications or the innovation and research team had written a very, very long CV. And Rian came here and cut it out himself. And I guess it's because it was on paper. If it was on a digital platform, we were all going to read it. But Rian has been researching, writing, and talking about ever-changing nature of things and business models and relationships. And his influence on social media, on technology, both mobile and the internet, has been great. And he has worked with both large and small corporates, both captured and uncaptured. The new, his recent book is called The New Business Manifesto for Generation X. That's one of his latest writings. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not selling the book, but I'm sure after that you'll tell us where to get it online. We might just be able to get it on Alibaba.com. Thank you. Rian, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Wow. Good morning, everybody. So I think it's going to fall to me to catch up the time we've lost. So I'm going to go as quickly as possible through this presentation. We live in an amazing time. Despite all the problems we have in the world today is healthier, safer, and more prosperous than it has ever been. And when we look at around the problems we have, perhaps you might challenge that, you may disagree with that. Humans are unique for life on this planet in that we are curious. We want to understand what goes on, why things work the way they do, and then we develop technology to understand things better, to strive to push ourselves further. And that desire, that the thoughts we have, you know, we don't just have thoughts, we have thoughts about our thoughts. You have an idea and you say, that was a good idea, or that was a terrible idea, or why did I have that idea? We think about the things we think about. But this is what drives us forward, and then we develop technology to take us forward. So when we look at the world today, there are three things that we have been obsessed with. For as long as there have been people in this world, we have worried about war, we have worried about famine, and we have worried about disease. Because we lived in times when a mysterious disease would come along and 10% of our population, 20% of our population would die, and we didn't know why. And it was horrible deaths. We said, we've got to understand this. So we started to learn. And war, we're living through the longest period of peace that this world has ever seen. This is unusual. Peace are brief periods between times of war. And then famine. We became good at growing our food, but we were bad at planning for the future. So we were always one natural disaster away from people dying of starvation. Today we live in a world where more people die from overeating than who die from starvation. More people today die of old age than who die from disease. And more people die from accidents than who die from all the wars and criminality in the world combined. It is a remarkable human achievement. Technology has brought us there. So where do we go to from here? And that's what I want to talk about today. Digital transformation, and often this is misunderstood. We get so obsessed with the technology that we forget that we're doing this for a reason. And if we don't understand people along the way, the technology is pointless. So we talk about we have to do digital, we have to go digital, we have to look at our processes, and we've got to understand, yes, but before we change what we do, we have to change the way we think. Because the way we think is keeping us rooted behind where we should be. The first big, if we look at tourism as an industry, 200 years ago, tourism didn't exist as we understand it today. Because 200 years ago, to travel, to explore this world was difficult and expensive, and it took a lot of time. 3 years ago, I found myself in Zambia for one day for a conference. And I was driven to my hotel, and as I arrived there, they said, oh, by the way, this is right on the Vic Falls. You could walk and see the Vic Falls. I went, this is amazing. So at 6 o'clock the next morning, I went and had a look at the Victoria Falls. It was beautiful. I didn't plan to go and see it, but that's how easy it is today. I just found myself there. 200 years ago, if you wanted to see the Vic Falls, you would possibly die on your way there. It would take you 6 months. You would have to be exceedingly wealthy to do it. Now we find it by accident. Air travel made this possible. So air travel, if you want to look at disruption, air travel was a big disruption in travel because suddenly more people could travel all over the world and they could do it quicker. So if we think about digital transformation and imagine it was air travel 60 years ago, if we said, oh, people are starting to fly around the world, but we're not interested in doing that. This is a new thing and we don't want to do that. We're not going to build airports. Because we're worried about losing jobs on the railways and on the boats. We have to protect those jobs. So we didn't build any airports. And then 50 years later, we were surprised to find nobody was coming here. Because once you can fly, why would you take the slowest possible way to get to your destination? I'll get to somewhere where I can fly there in 3 hours instead of taking a boat for 2 weeks. So this is why digital transformation is an imperative. And when we talk about technology and its impact in the world, all of us suffer from some form of denial. When technology is first around, perhaps we just get comfortable with it. And we say, you know what, we don't need to do it. We're okay the way we are. The processes we have are working, it's all good. But then some disruption comes along, something that changes the industry. And we say, you know what, this is just a fad. It won't be around for very long. And we'll just carry on the way we are. But then we see that it's not a fad. It's here to stay. So now we really resist it. And we say we don't need it. We understand. I've been in this game, this industry for 20 years, 30 years. I know how it works. The wee snaps and the tweet books and the face whatevers, don't need it. But eventually, when you realize that the rest of the world is using it, we say, well, we have to try. And so we start to use technology because we have to. But then we make the mistake of doing old things with new technology. So we do what we've always done, but now we've got a cell phone to do it, and we think we're amazing. But there's no vision, no new ways of looking at things. And instead we worry about, oh, we might lose jobs. But where's the vision to see tourism in particular is labor intensive? There are jobs to be created, but it takes imagination. It takes understanding what digital thinking is to create an environment where that becomes possible. Or maybe we just say, you know what, so now we're using the technology, but we're behind. We've alluded to the fact that we're several years behind the rest of the world. Whether that's true or not, we just go, oh, well, we'll just do our best. But as you use technology, so you start to get new ideas. Now there's vision about what you can do. And as you use that, now you get excited. Now you're making progress. And then quietly you become comfortable again. And you say, well, we changed. We don't have to change again. We live in a world of prolonged transition, prolonged transformation. The new normal today is change, is transformation. If you think you are under control, that you understand how things work, and you've got it, you are already falling behind. All of us have to wake up in the morning with a knot in our stomach, going, I don't know how I'm going to catch up today. I don't know how I'm going to think of new things, but that's what we all have to do. That's what the world demands. Because the technology, the way we have driven ourselves forward, has brought us to this point of constant change. The world your parents grew up in, the world that your grandparents grew up in, is like a different universe. Your grandparents grew up in a world that changed once. It changed a lot, significantly, but only once. We're living in a world that's changing all the time. So this cycle of denial, we want to shortcut it, be innovative, which means what we need to do is we have to, if we're making progress, if we're doing well, that's the time to disrupt. That's the time to say, how can we do things new and different in better ways? And then we have a vision of where we can go, and then we make progress. And when you're making progress, it's time to disrupt it again. That's the general process of innovation. This photograph here is the greatest selfie ever taken. And I don't know how well you can see it. In 1977, 2 spacecraft were sent to go and explore the outer planets of our solar system. And after traveling for 13 years and 6 billion kilometers, the first of these spacecraft, Voyager 1, turned around and took this photograph. This is a photograph of our planet from 6 billion kilometers away. Everybody you've ever loved, everybody you've ever hated, every problem that's kept you up all night with worry, every little bit of gossip, and you wondered if this guy was talking about me as I walked out the room, all these little issues, everything that's ever happened has happened on that tiny little dot. And I don't know if you can see a tiny, tiny, tiny blue dot. That is our planet. So a little bit of perspective there. So we have seen massive transformation in our lifetimes. From 1970 to now, the world has changed again because of these 5 things: computing, communication, connectivity, collaboration, and convergence. The 1970s was all about computers. The microprocessor was invented in 1973. This allowed computers to become, computers used to be the size of this room. The microprocessor made it possible for computers to get smaller and smaller and smaller. Now, there he is tapping away on an incredibly powerful computer right in front of him, as we all are doing. The 1980s was all about communication, the mobile device. Not in South Africa, of course. We would wait another decade. But in North America and Europe, you could buy a cell phone in the 1980s. It was amazing. There are people in this room who are young enough that they don't remember that there was a time if you wanted to talk to somebody, they better be at their desk or they better be in their house. Otherwise, you're not talking to them. You had to leave a message. I mean, what? So we don't think about that anymore, because now today there are cell phones everywhere. More people today own a cell phone than who own a toothbrush. There will be 5 million new cell phone subscriptions today and tomorrow and every day thereafter. This has changed how we think, how the world moves, how we build relationships. You can break up with someone with this message. That would help me out of a few nasty situations, but it wasn't around when I would needed that. The 1990s was about connectivity, the internet. We could connect to this vast body of knowledge. Anything you wanted to know, you could find it out on the internet. And those of you old enough to remember, if you connected to the internet in the middle of the 90s, you did it on a modem. You had to connect. It was like really slow. And if you had to do anything important, Telkom would disconnect you all the time. But if you forgot you were on the internet, keep you connected for 3 days, paying per minute. 16 million people were on the internet at the end of 1995. Today, that number is close to 4 billion people. And if Facebook and Google and Amazon have their way, every human being by the end of next decade will be born with guaranteed high-speed broadband internet access. And your biggest problem as a parent will be trying to find a name that somebody else hasn't already taken. You want your child to be Tabo 77654. When we have access to so much information, anything you need to know, a rural African today has access to more knowledge than the Emperor of China had 100 years ago. The richest person in the world could not have this much access to information 100 years ago. Yet, a 12-year-old child in rural Africa has got that access. That has changed the world. It has changed how we behave, how we think, how we interact with each other. Then the 21st century arrived and we had social media. Facebook would come to dominate. 18 months after they launched, at the end of 2005, they had 100 million members. Now, when 100 million people are doing something, we pay attention. We go, what is this crazy thing our kids are doing these days? Today, that number is close to 3 billion across all the social media. And it's not just social media. Think of how we have got access to what we need wherever we are. Right now, sitting in this, people answering their emails. There are people sending attachments that sit on a cloud somewhere. Life, business, relationships go on. We have no peace. That's why we love air travel so much, because for 2 hours, the world can just shut up for a moment. Now there's Wi-Fi on the airplanes. Now it's never going to stop. And now where are we now? The last couple of years of the teenage years of the 21st century is convergence. All of these things are together. Computing, communication, connectivity, collaboration is all happening on the device that is never more than 30 centimeters away from us. We've all developed internal radar. The further away you get from the phone, the more uncomfortable you feel. If you left your phone on your table as you went to the bathroom, by the time you reached the door, you would be aware something is wrong. And then soon there would be the panic, where's my phone? How many of you have panicked about your phone? Like, where is my phone, while you were talking to somebody on your phone? Darling, I don't know where my phone is. Convergence. So this is what has brought us to where we are now. We have seen transformation in our lifetime. And now I'm going to talk very briefly about technology that we will see coming that might affect, that is already affecting industries around the world, including tourism. Now, when we hear about technologies, we always seem to overestimate its impact in the near future, but we underestimate the impact in the long term. So we hear about things like the blockchain, which was mentioned earlier. Oh, it's going to change everything. The world's going to be different in 2 years. No, it won't be. But in 10 years, it's going to have a significant impact. And some of these technologies are, first is our voice. How many of you use your phone now, whether it's Google or Siri, you're using your voice to search? The first couple of times you did, you felt a bit strange, and you didn't do it in public. But eventually, we happily talk to our phones. We think of it as a real person. And as this is driven by artificial intelligence and learning, and as more and more people use it, so it learns how we speak, how we think, what's useful to us. what natural language sounds like, feels like, and it'll feel already, I have no doubt some of you, my favorite is listening to people when they talk to their phones and they say, okay, Google, make an appointment, and says, okay, no problem, it's done. Thank you. Because that's how we are. Now it's like this person. And this is going to become more, in fact, probably your children. I don't know if she's here, there was a lady outside with a very restless toddler. I don't know if she made it back into the room. By the time her child grows up, he's going to look at photographs and video of people using keyboards and go, what were these savages doing? When we can just talk to things. So voice is very important. Then we have the Internet of Things. Everything that can be connected to the Internet will be connected. And all of this will be generating information. Your chair can be connected, your shoes, your clothes, your glasses, the lights in your house. Everything can be connected so that your washing machine can talk to your fridge and your fridge can have a conversation with the dustbin. Oh, who knows? I mean, but it's all, you know, you throw stuff away and your dustbin reads the barcodes, and when you go shopping, it says, well, you threw away your last tin of tuna fish, you better buy some more. So this, from a tourism perspective, is going to become, well, it's a trend already. As things become more connected, so we can collect data, so we can guide people as they go through their tourism exploits. So this we'll see having an impact in the next few years, as well as big data. The more data that is generated, the more, and I'm sure Uber will have a chat about that. I know they're very big on data. Every time you use an Uber, there's data going up, what time, how. So we start to see patterns develop, and now we can deliver services that are more in line with what people want. Rather than coming up with an idea and seeing if it'll work, we can drive ourselves forward with real information. And then, of course, augmented reality and virtual reality, and hopefully one day it'll stop looking like this, because this just looks. But imagine if we're going to go and visit the Eastern Cape. Through virtual reality, you actually visit the hotel you're going to stay at and stand there and look around and see what it's like and get a real sense of what it is. I'm sure it'll still be a problem. And when you see a wonderful picture, I went to Kenya, found a nice hotel, the picture was amazing. But no one there thought to turn around and take a picture of across the road. So, which was a challenge in itself. So I'll probably do the same thing on virtual reality. But this is already something being used and will play a greater and greater role. Imagine one of the great experiences I've had is going onto the battlefields in KwaZulu-Natal and having a storyteller tell the story of the great battles that took place. The Boers and the British and the Zulus. I mean, heart-wrenching human stories. Now imagine you could wear a pair of glasses, and as the narrator tells the story, so you can see the thousands of Zulus coming over the hill, and the British camped down on the bottom, and you can see the battle playing out as the story is told. What an outstanding experience to really feel like you're in the middle of one of these experiences. That is not only possible, it is a reality, and in truth, something that could be done now. Artificial intelligence and chatbots, like we're talking to our phones. So a lot of the interaction we do online will be with artificial intelligences. We've already had some experiences with this. This will become more and more important as we go. And then the last I'll touch on is wearable technology. A lot of people are now wearing watches that count their steps, their heartbeat, how much you sleep. Who knew we would become so obsessed with walking and getting, it's like, oh no, I need 300 more steps. You pace around your lounge or your garden or whatever to get your steps up, which is probably a good thing. But these will have more and more importance to us because it's a mini screen. It's a way with interacting with the world. We can have that in our pockets or our bag, and we can see things that are happening around us. So these are just some of the technologies that have an impact right now. But the more technological we become, the more we're understanding that we have to know people. We have to know people more, the more technology we become. And it's an important thing. And when we digital transformation, this is what is missed. The technology today is easy. Think of something you want to do. There is technology that will help you. But do you understand why you're doing it, where you're trying to go with it? Are you just doing an old thing with some new fancy piece of tech? Or are you driving innovation, doing something new and different, and then finding the technology that will be best suited to that? Transformation is people and it is technology. And moving through this period of prolonged transformation. So in my mind, digital transformation, or as I think it should be just called today, is transformation. Involves three things: teams, customers, and business. We have to think about teams, people who work. We have to think about the new jobs that will come. We've already heard stats that 60% of the jobs that you'll have in 15 years don't exist yet. Maybe that's true, maybe it's not. All we know is that work as we understand it today is evolving. And we have to change how we work together and how we think about jobs. My son got his first job 3 years ago. And after 6 months, he was very excited about the job. After 6 months, he was frustrated. I said, what's the problem? He says, I don't understand why I have to fight traffic for 1 hour in the morning to go and sit at a desk and do a job that I can do anywhere in the world so that my boss can watch me do it. It makes no sense. I still don't understand why traffic in every city in this country is clogged between 7 and 9 o'clock. Why are we still fighting to get to the same place by 7:30 in the morning in a digital world? We've got to rethink how business happens, how we approach work. Because the way young people are approaching work today is very different. You know, we've heard a lot about millennials. Millennials this, millennials that. Never mind the millennials. What we have to be terrified of are the digital natives, the centennials, the people who were born in the year 2000. If you have a child that was born in 2000, they're now 18 years old. They are very close to coming to the workplace. Think about your child being in the workplace. And you, exactly, most of you go, oh my God. That's terrifying. And it is terrifying because they will again change how we think about work and what we do is acceptable. And they don't view it as a privilege and think you're very clever because you've got Wi-Fi access at the office and I can get onto WeChat. It's an expectation. In fact, they would rather work for less money than be in a place where I can't use technology to do my job and interact with people. It is a way of life for them. Digital natives never had to learn. They picked it up like language. We all see our young kids with the iPads. They can zoom and pinch and zoom and they figure out stuff on our tablets and our phones. It freaks us out. They're spending money on credit cards. We didn't even know we're on that damn thing. What are we trying to do with digital? What we're trying to do with digital is to build a frictionless world. Think about how you use technology. You use technology to make your life easier, to make it simpler, to get access to what's important to you. That's removing friction. Let's imagine this conference was taking place 20 years ago. And 20 years ago, if you wanted to own a song, a piece of music, how hard was it to do 20 years ago? Let's say you were watching a movie and you heard a song, you were like, wow, I love that song, I've got to own it. First, you have to watch the whole movie, you have to watch the credits so you can get the name of the song. And if you've ever done that, that part goes really fast, so you're going to miss it. So then you have to go to Look and Listen or Musica, some music shop that's open at a mall that's 5 kilometers, 10, 20 kilometers from where you live. It's inconvenient, but you got to go there. And they only open at certain times. And you walk in there and you say, I'm looking for a song. And you say, sure, no problem. What's the name of it? I don't know. Who's the artist? I don't know. But it goes like this. Drums, it's amazing. Takes you 40 minutes. Finally, he says, maybe it's this one. You hear it, you say, absolutely, that's the song. And you say, great, I want to buy it. No problem. Here it is on a CD with 18 other songs that you don't want. That's a lot of friction, energy, effort, time between your decision to own something and the time you own it. That friction today is gone. You hear a song, what are you using? Shazam is the most popular. Siri will do it for you these days. Google will make an effort. You put it up there and it tells you the name of the song, the artist, and where you can buy it. Or maybe you've made other arrangements and you, within 2 minutes of hearing a song for the first time, you own it. That friction is gone. Digital should be removed friction. Where is the friction in tourism? Where is it hard for tourists to go to where they want to go, to get the information they need to have, and then to book their trip and their journey? And because travel has evolved the way it has, travel can be very complicated. Uber has been a wonderful innovation for the cities that have it. And now we go, tap, tap. I mean, can you believe it? Who would have thought 15 years ago, if you told a person there will be a time very shortly where you'll open your phone and you will call a stranger to come and fetch you and take you to where you want to go. You're like, are you out of your mind? Never in a million years. Yet, now we do it. We're all comfortable with it. But imagine having that Uber experience wherever you traveled in the world. 3 months ago, I went to the UK. It was a bit intimidating because I had to booking the airfare, booking the flight was easy. That's kind of easy these days. But then I had to get from the airport, to one train station to jump onto another thing to get there. And it was a little intimidating. I don't understand the system. Have I done it right? I've booked online. Will it work? Imagine that Uber experience through the entire international travel. That would be removing friction. Where is the friction in what we do? And how are we using technology to facilitate that? That's real transformation, because you're understanding your people and what would be better for them, and then we're using technology to remove the friction. And then the last of these transformation things is transforming our businesses. There are new ways, new business models for our businesses, for how we're thinking about tourism. And a lot of the comments I heard this morning from the various speakers is there is an effort to try and do old things with new technology. The most obvious use of technology, we say, this technology is fantastic. We can save money and we can be more efficient. How boring. That is probably the most unimaginative use of technology you could think of, to make a painful process slightly faster. Who are we helping with that? How are we changing the world with that? We're not. Let's imagine new things. Let's ask the question, why do we have this process? We develop process to make our lives easier, not our customers' lives easier or the tourists' lives easier. And then you say, oh, we nearly signed up a 5 million rand deal. Well, why didn't we? Customer didn't fill in the form. What? Why does that form even exist? How do we make that process easier? And this is the greatest challenge, because how do you disrupt yourself? And we disrupt ourselves by challenging everything we do. Think about First National Bank. 15 years ago, if I went to them and said, First Bank should sell technology, we should sell iPads and stuff, I would have been fired. Because why would a bank be getting involved with that? But at some point that became a good idea, and now they do it. A bank selling technology. Your social media wants to be your bank. Your bank wants to sell you technology, and the technology companies in the world want to be healthcare providers. What on earth is going on? Let's challenge everything. There are amazing things to do, but not if we've done it the way we've done it. You so mentioned the challenge to education. And I loved what you said about being facilitators of knowledge. Mental resilience, the ability to learn and relearn and adapt in a changing world, are the skills people need to come out of education with. Because how do you educate somebody for a job that doesn't yet exist? It's an impossibility, but make them ready to face any challenge, to be mentally resilient, and to embrace change. We talk about relevance. What is relevant? Being relevant is the ability to embrace change. So, in conclusion, and I think I've made up a little bit of time, when we don't do this, we create this situation. People know where they want to go. They know how to get there. They want to get to the sunset at the top of the hill. There's a perfectly working road to get there, and then your business or the department or someone is saying, but you have to take the middle lane. And as we struggle 20 k's an hour over the bumps, we're going, I don't understand. There's a much better way. I can see it. Why are you making me take the slowest possible way to get there? And our new normal is understanding where the friction is and then building ourselves in a way that lets us get to where we need to be in the fastest possible way. But when we look to the future and we say that's where we want to go, we are restricted by our fear. Our brains love certainty. We want to know things. We would rather do something that doesn't work, because at least we know it doesn't work, than to try something new that maybe won't work. Like, I know this way. I understand that I'm comfortable with it. Yeah, it won't work, but hey. So when we talk about digital transformation, the future, and embracing technology, our fear keeps us stuck. We fear, oh my goodness, we're going to lose jobs. People have been worried about jobs and technology for 200 years. But we underestimate the ingenuity of humans to come up with things for ourselves to do. So let's not be rooted in what we might lose. What do we stand to gain? So when we're confronted with change, we have various emotional responses because we are human and we are emotional. We don't change because it makes sense or it's logical. We change because it's emotional. People who smoke, you can tell them a big thing on the cigarette packet, don't smoke, it's going to kill you, whatever. Then you have a heart attack. I've quit. Overnight, I've made the change. And so we are with any kind of change. When we're faced with change, we are surprised by change. We want to keep things the way they are. We don't want things to be different. Then we get angry and frustrated because things are changing and we're not ready for it and we disagree with it and we say we mustn't. And we're fearful about my job, other people's jobs, what will happen in the future, will I be relevant? And then we deny change. I'm not going to do it. It's no good. It's no use. And now you have a choice to make. You either walk away or we go around the curve and we say, okay, maybe, what if we just try things out? Let me try this new thing, this change. Let me see what's over the hill. And as you try things out, so you get excited. You start to see opportunity. You go, oh my goodness, there's a whole new way of doing it. We can open up a whole new market that we never thought of before. Now we're committed to change. Now we're making progress and there's innovation and we arrive at the point of delivery and we say, what was the big fuss? This is amazing. But we live in a world of constant change. So as soon as you get there, well, surprise, things are changing again. What? And then you get frustrated, then you get angry, then you get disappointed. And because change is the new normal, transformation is the new normal, we never make it through. So you're surprised, frustrated, angry, disappointed, surprise, frustrated, angry, surprise, frustrated. And so we go. And so we spend all our time being worried, being fearful, being angry, being disappointed, being in denial. And how can you possibly see opportunity if that's how you're feeling? So your challenge when it comes to transformation, when it comes to the future, is to get yourself around that curve. There's nothing wrong with being emotional, but understand where you're at and embrace. Be relevant by embracing change. Try things out. Look for opportunity. All the fun we hear about the new world of technology and digital happens when we're innovating, when we're looking for opportunity and we're driving toward that. Ladies and gentlemen, technology is not that difficult. Before we change what we do, we have to change how we think. And the world as it is, the world has never been better than it is right now. There has never been a better time to think about business, to be in business, to imagine business than right now. There has never been a greater time to do great things. But let's change how we think and then make it. Thank you very much.
Where did you find this guy? A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Thank you very much, Ryan. I think you've helped a lot, and I wish some other people related to me very, very closely would be here to listen. When you raise something about, can you imagine my 18-year-old in the workplace? Yes, I can imagine. I'll be able to afford a sports car once I start working. But there is a lot of other things that young people would do in the workplace that we will not be able to do. And I think that we have shared quite a number of experiences and what we need to do, particularly for government. Government generally is governments and the public sector are generally the last people to adapt to technology and to change. And I guess because of the rules. And I think that the most people still having faxes or fax numbers are government departments. And I can guarantee you that I can. My business card still has got a fax number, by the way. But even the idea of having a business card out, I mean, currently now sometimes does not augur well. But can I, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to be having any comfort breaks, but you're actually at liberty to go out as and when you feel like. But also there is a a coffee station, I think, out there. You can always grab a cup of coffee or tea and come back so that we reconsolidate on the 15 minutes that we have lost. And thanks, Ryan, for actually come up with. And I've said your surname is Hogarth, and you're not related to the Sunday Times Hogarth. Okay, no, thank you very much. Can we now have our panel coming up? Ladies and gentlemen, we've got quite a very interesting panel. We've got Mr. Lane Manley, which I'll do the full introduction when he's here. He's from The Voice, a company called The Voice Map. And they specialize in IT and voice applications for travel. But generally, and I can see Ryan was wearing jeans. I used to be told that don't trust an IT guru with a suit. But I hope that you'll dispel that myth. Mark Zuckerberg, Steve Jobs, all of them always were wearing jeans. So I hope that you'll prove that it is not the jeans that make them intelligent. And then, is it? Okay, I'll start coming to work with my jeans. DG, you have heard that. Jeans makes better, smarter people. And then Ms. Belinda Matebese, Researcher Modeling and Digital Science at the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. And I think that she needs a special applaud. No, not because you are wearing the black and white that looks like the university, because I think that we are going to have an engendered perspective, a view from a woman. Men can sometimes just give us what they like. So we are happy that a panel, it's also a balance of male and female. And then Mr. Bokang Mabile is a director for Mind Interactive. The company has been established in 2005 and it's one of South Africa's most leading creative digital agencies based in Johannesburg. We're looking forward to more animation in the South African movie industry. I'm sure you might include that. It works for tourism. As our film sets and our film destinations get smaller, animation and digital creativity comes on board. And then the other, Mr. Richard Frank, head for digital at a company called Flow Communications. And they specialize in major web projects and IT infrastructure as well as hosting. So if you think that all your great ideas need a cloud space, this is the guy to talk to. And then Miss Mosam Kize, she's Public Policy Senior Associate at Uber South Africa. We apologize on behalf of our taxi drivers for how they treated you in the past. But sometimes that's actually the debate about that change and disruption does not necessarily have to be accepted, and you've got to work through into people accepting. And I don't think that the taxi industry was challenging more transport. They were challenging the fact that they don't have all these gadgets, because I'm sure they also want to be a taxi rank, you know, Bosman Station in Pretoria, or other stations around the country, or Long in Cape Town. I'm sure if you had to make those areas Wi-Fi hotspots as a start, you change the face of the taxi industry. Can you imagine going to Igala, those that are from Eastern Cape, waiting for the bus and on a Wi-Fi hotspot? You might just actually pass a few hours. And then our last, Mr. Togo Gabe, who's from the airports company. He's Chief Information Officer at airports company. And let us not talk about other things about airports today, just chief information. So no traffic jams, no lost luggage, no expensive drinks, just information for today. We'll talk about the other things about the airports later. So I'm protecting him from those other things. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. And we look forward to an interactive discussion with you. Are you about to start? Are you ready to tintilize? Who's asking the questions?
The panel, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you asking the question?
No, you're telling us the story. We'll ask you the questions later. A 5-minute icebreaker. Just tell us what you think. Then maybe, and I think that it's better to take 2 people, have an interactive discussion. Take 2, have an interactive discussion. But once the 6 is done, we're then going to have an open fire on all of you.
Okay.
Yes. So, Mr. Manley, you're starting. The first IT guru, not on jeans.
Yeah, I'm in disguise.
Yeah,
I'm from the government. You want me to come up to the lectern? Okay. This is a bit of a surprise. What?
No, you're doing great.
Yeah.
We just worried about the technical team did not accommodate your physique.
Okay. Okay, so I think we're all now a bit worried because we haven't prepared anything specific. Panel with questions and answers. I can speak to what I do and how that's relevant to tourism. So I am the founder of a local startup called VoiceMap. The website is voicemap.me, voicemap.me. And it is, to most people, a mobile application that uses your device's GPS to play audio automatically and to knit that audio together into a tour. So the experience of using it is installing VoiceMap from Google Play or from the App Store, opening it up, giving access to your location, which is important because we then sort our list of cities. We now have over 120 cities worldwide, 47 different countries. And we sort that list of cities so that the one closest to you, the one you're in, is at the top. You choose that city, then you get the same thing, a list of tours. The one closest to you is at the top. You choose that tour, you download it, and you put in some headphones, press start, and you can then put your phone in your pocket and walk. And the idea is you hear the voice of not just, the kind of voice of an encyclopedia, the voice of your grandfather. You hear a storyteller, somebody who has a close connection to the place, basically walking, the equivalent of walking around with you. It feels like they're standing next to you sometimes. In Cape Town, in Bo Kaap, we have a tour that is produced by a woman whose family have been in that neighborhood for over a century. And at one point, she directs people past a little alleyway or into a little alleyway that you otherwise would have just gone straight past. And as she does that, she says, be careful, because in the afternoon there are school children here. And this is all playing based on your location. And if you do it in the afternoon, the school children run past you. And it's this weird moment. It feels like, we know that VoiceMap has kept the children around the corner, and they waited until you went into the alleyway and said, okay, now. And so it's magic in technology, because you have, when that mobile device is a way for almost to talk back, right? So when you're giving somebody a tour with VoiceMap, it's a bit like having a conversation on the phone with them, right? So I don't know if you've ever given somebody directions and you go, okay, where are you now? And they say, oh, I'm at the corner, and there's the bottle store here on the corner. You say, okay, turn left. And then, okay, and the mobile device is doing the same thing. It's almost this interactivity in how you tell a story that's facilitated by the technology. So you can really have a credit. I think what people want in travel, and they don't want to lose as a result of digital transformation, is authenticity. So, you can give people access to kinds of experiences or experiences that they would not have otherwise found, but you need to preserve authenticity. Otherwise, you, I think, lose the whole point of getting outside of your comfort zone, going somewhere new, and experiencing something that you couldn't have experienced at home. So that's the experience of using the app for most people. But what we've also built is a way for people to create these tours on an open platform, which means that anybody can go to VoiceMap, start a tour, and we help them through the process of creating this tour. So we'll help you make sure that it works really well at the end of that process for our users. And we've worked closely with a number of top attractions. In fact, interesting to be at a university today, because we've just launched a tour at Oxford University for their first years, because the university here in the UK is starting today, and all of the first years are getting a VoiceMap tour to orient them around Oxford, which is really exciting. Okay, that's me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lane. I know you'll be coming back to speak, but I just wanted to find out, is that threatening the jobs of our tour guides?
Yeah, that's a common question.
That's a common question. But I'm thinking the Walter Sisulu University, you have got orientation every year. this is the guy to talk to, so that the first year students don't have to trouble you. But also to a rural province like the Eastern Cape, sometimes your tour guide is also the grandfather, that's also the headman, that's also in the bush at a particular time. So those kind of things will make sure that when the headman is somewhere out there, the voice app continues to do the tour guide. You might have to continue to program it. But those are some of the questions that people would be interested in.
Can I address that question?
Yeah, you can quickly do that.
So yes, I think that it's possible that this kind of disruption will, destroy jobs directly without. That's a difficult thing to quantify. But the kinds of tours that an audio tour replaces are the tours that are exactly the same every day, right? So you have somebody who wakes up in the morning and it's a new group and they say exactly the same things, and they're bored and they're uninspired, and so are the people that they're giving a tour. And my thing is that, yes, this is possible, but wouldn't you rather that this company was built in South Africa instead of, this is the thing, you can pretend that, the future isn't going to come and take away jobs and create new ones, but an American company will come and do that anyway, right? So
great, thanks. So we're protecting South African jobs, but I'm also assuming that we can have the voice app in all the 11 official languages. So all the interpreters that only work at court now can work in the tourism sector. I know that we've got a list, but I'm going to call actually Mr. Mthom Mgabe to just come give us a few words. Then we'll come back to you. The audience will also come and grill you, because I'm sure they're interested in that app, but also and some of the questions that will come from the floor, actually fresh ideas on how to improve on that. Tom, the Airports Company of South Africa. Yeah, you can speak from there.
Thank you, Program Director. It is funny that you actually talk about taxi ranks. I work for a taxi rank. And what actually doesn't make it easy is that we call when the airlines are actually traveling to the parking, we call that taxiway. So which means that we're working for taxi ranks in a complicated way. But I work for a company which is an agent of government that contributed about 10.5 billion rands in 2017-2018 financial year. I work for a company that actually created about 14,952 jobs in 2017. We basically supported families in South Africa for 2.8 billion rands. I work for a company that is planning to deploy investment in this country in the next 5 years of about 12 billion rands. So this is trying to enable the tourism industry, because 48% of the 10.5 billion rand that we spent last year was actually coming from tourism. So which means that this industry is quite important for the Airports Company and the South African at large, in terms of contributing the 3% to the GDP of this country. So, we should actually be proud of this country in terms of how the Airports Company has actually facilitated the movement of tourism to the tune of 52 million people that are coming in and out of this country. So that's what we do. So we're hoping that with digital transformation, as we go into the next 5 years, we will be able to achieve. I was speaking to Victor actually about paperless travel, that you get into the airport, you come out of the airport without actually producing any paper all the way through, without actually taking your laptop out of your bag. So that's the technology that we're actually working through. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like the part of not taking the laptop out of the bag. It adds an extra 20 minutes to travel. You've got to accommodate the fact that they're going to strip search your bag. But specifically, I want us to ask a particular question. When are we having free Wi-Fi at all our airports? We are government, so most of us travel not on business class, so you've got to walking around and all that. But I'm sure that a lot of South Africans just want to wonder, why are airports not free Wi-Fi hotspots? I mean, those restaurants are killing. Answer now or later, but you'll answer.
Product Director, just to give you feedback, between 2 months ago when I joined the airport, so we have actually had the cries of South Africans of actually getting free Wi-Fi. So by end of this year, all our airports will be free Wi-Fi. So already we have done Cape Town Airport, we've done Kimberley, we've done George. We are busy now with OR Tambo. So by end of this year, all our airports will have free Wi-Fi for all South African.
Thank you very much. And the airport company is considering a corporate social investment of free Wi-Fi in airports that are not managed by them, like Umtata Airport. The next speaker. Well, I'm sure you can talk about that. I'm sure the Director General will persuade you to look into your own spaces as part of your responsibility to prepare these airports to come into the airports company of South Africa. Yeah, I'm sure that's going to be a minimum requirement. No Wi-Fi, you cannot be managed by AXA. But we are saying AXA must start getting into that space, but we will talk. Okay, on behalf of people of the Eastern Cape and Limpopo and Mpumalanga, whose airports are not under AXA. Mrs. Belinda, you wanna? Yes, you wanna just quickly come talk to us?
Okay, my name is Belinda. I'm from the CSIR. CSIR is the Research Council. So under CSIR, we do research in different areas, and I'm from the Modeling and Digital Science unit. Under that, we have 4 departments. We have information security, we have identity authentication, we have applied mathematical modeling, and I'm from the modeling intelligent and autonomous system, which deals with field robotics. So basically in field robotics, we develop intelligent and autonomous systems together with AI and machine learning skills in order to provide a safety and productive environment in various South African industries. So today I'm basically a bridge between a local research that is done by institutions and the market or tourism in this case, as in to find out or to be more aware of the challenges that other departments have, like tourism in terms of digital transformation, and how as researchers we can help in a way. So robotics in South Africa is seen as, okay, I would say seen as the near future or future, because people have not embraced yet the word robots, actually, because they're afraid of there will be jobs that will be lost and all that stuff. And like Prophet said, we need to have, it's not about jobs per se, but it's more about retraining people and having analytical thinkers, having people that will be able to solve these complex problems that are brought by digital transformation. So I hope that I'll be more in tune.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do you have any question? This time I don't have a question for her. I want the floor to ask her a question, except to just assure the SAPS that there will be no robocops, that their jobs will remain secure. Maybe there will be robocops, then they can focus on investigation so that the chasing can be done by the robots. But in South Africa, maybe the reason we have not embraced the term robots is because we've only seen robots as traffic lights. So we've not understood robots to mean this kind of thing. So we appreciate also the public education. Any field question from the floor to the CSI particularly? Executive Mayor, I know that you're going to do the vote of thanks, but she's in the public policy space. And I mean, are the challenges facing local government, particularly local economic development and in tourism, from a digital transformation point of view? I can't ask students. They want how to hack student accounts, get examination questions ahead of schedule, and I know you're dealing with information security. But local government, are there any specific issues, or you'll come and give us those things as you. Okay. Yes, you can also send questions to my phone, digital transformation. No, and I've seen that there are those that are media shy, so they've been sending, but we'll actually pass them over through. So no questions for the CSIR. Not yet. Okay. Can I now call Bokang? Yes. You want to say a few words about what Mind Interactive does and how it's helping us to come out of this animal called digital transformation.
Hello? Oh, great. Yes, my name is Bokang Mabileta. I am a serial entrepreneur. I like to call myself that. Reason why is because I'm involved in multiple businesses. And one of those businesses, yes, it is Mind Interactive. It's a digital agency. But because we have Richard next to me, and he also comes from a digital agency, I would like to just quickly talk about another company that I work with. And this company is a fully fledged digital company. It operates straightforward digitally. There's no traffic situation like Ryan mentioned with his son. So actually people get to work from home in that business. That business is called Elite CV. Now, Elite CV is what we have been talking about today to say that jobs are being taken, yes, by technology, but new ones are also being born. New ideas need to be explored. Ryan said something very important about changing our mind. I really loved that presentation by Ryan. Sorry, I'm going to be quoting a lot from him as well. Made a couple of notes, so I hope you give me a little bit of time because it was quite a passionate presentation that he did, a quite factual presentation that he did at that. You see, with Elite CV, the company started locally, but now trades internationally. When the rent goes down, we're actually discussing with the members. We sometimes go happy because the money coming in is a little bit more than the money, because of the rent issue. Now, as South Africans, we generally have brilliant ideas. Ideas that we keep in our thoughts, as Ryan said earlier on. Like you think of something and then you keep it yourself, you don't go and explore it. Technology is a good enabler of that. Honestly, if you have a great idea, I'd like to say also research a little bit of ways to implement it via technology. The key challenge is not our ideas. Okay, it is our ideas, our mindset, but one of the key problem is actually marketing, digital marketing. Now, I think it was the CEO who said earlier on, the Chinese ambassadors, they were here and there was Instagramming and they got to view everything all at once. But then you ask yourself, how many people got to see that Instagram page? That is very important. Ryan mentioned the 4 billion people that are using the internet. Did 4 billion people get to see that site? That, I believe, is a key problem. All right, the exposure to that. So the solution should be as well, within this digital transformation, adding on digital marketing. Now, the methods to do so. Yes, I was actually expecting to see students as well in this particular conference, but talking to older people, it is not too late to learn certain things about digital marketing. As much as we want to sell our businesses, we have to do so on the digital platform. All right. Now, they say, actually, there's a nice quote that I once heard. They say, if a tree falls in the middle of the forest and no one is there to hear it, did the tree exist? Did it exist? Now, this is what's happening with tourism in our great country. We have giant trees, but nobody to hear them when they fall. All right. And that's where digital marketing comes in. Beautiful guest house, beautiful sceneries, but nobody hears about them. Now, I'd also like actually to Prof. Rob challenge to say within the technology, within the, how can I say, within the education space, especially around things like tourism and so forth, adding on a little course about digital marketing. I greatly believe it'll benefit a lot, because there's use having something brilliant, in your possession, but you don't know how to take it out there to the people. And that is basically what is happening. Yeah, in simple, that's my 2 cents view around this whole thing of digital transformation. It is there to simplify things, yes, but we need to find this and not simplify the old things that are sometimes, like that speed hump road in the middle. It's not the way to go. Sometimes there's easier ways to just go straight into the highway and not be concerned that jobs are going to be stolen, but rather be happy that new forms of jobs are going to be created. All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Bokang. You said that was your 2 cents worth, and I thought because we're in the digital world, you will say that's your Bitcoin worth, because now that seems to be the currency. Before I allow Usismo Samkizo from Uber to say a few words, here are some of the questions that are coming off on the online in the CSIR. Unfortunately, you are the first target. A lady called Cynthia Jonas asks to Belinda, in terms of tourism and digital transformation, how can SMMEs not be left behind? How are you supporting small, medium? And you know that those kind of enterprises are the ones that are always not happy with. You don't want to lose your last investment because of digital transacting, for example. And then, but the other one is rhetorical. What new technologies are the CSIR utilizing to enhance tourist experiences? You must also tell us whether are you thinking about us or are we just a digital inconvenience? Then the other one comes from, okay, that is still the same one. Then the other one goes to Lien. Obviously, the global tourism industry has changed and is changing rapidly, which has huge impact on how this one wanted to be a speaker, on how destination and its hospitality and tourism business control their visibility and distribution. The traditional value chains are no longer sustainable and the global giants are taking over, dictating the rules. As a result, businesses are giving away 60 to 80% of their profits into these channels. How do we change this? That you're actually taking money more into digital marketing, because they seem to tell us that that's what matters. There are people are saying that you're taking money from training, you're taking money from canteens, you're taking money from staff team building sessions, and you're all dropping it into digital. And it's not fair to the industry and to the workforce. I think that's what the person is basically saying that balance these things. I'll read other questions as I come in. But in the meantime, Sis Musa, come on and say a few words, and then as the other members think the answers to those questions. Yes.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Mosam Kize. I work for Uber South Africa, and I'm the Senior Associate Public Policy. So just a little bit of background about our company. We are actually a technology company. I think a lot of people just think that we are a taxi company or a transportation company. So I think just as kind of, first principles is the fact that we are a technology company that operates within the transportation space. I think many of us have reflected on how technology actually, is influenced by a need. And that literally is how the company was born. It was born out of our co-founders being stuck in Paris, and they needed to get to a conference, and they just didn't know how they would move around in the city. And then they literally said, it was raining and it was horrible weather, and they then thought about how can we actually, because this is a reality that people the world over face, and that's how the business idea then came about. I will then kind of focus on to South Africa. We started operations in South Africa about just over 5 years now. We're celebrating our 5th anniversary in operations in South Africa. We are in just over 8 cities.
And at this stage, only East London sorry, not East London, Port Elizabeth is the only Eastern Cape city in which we operate currently. So we have, we pride ourselves about the contribution that we play within our society, within South Africa specifically. I know that a lot of people often say, what happens, what is the impact in terms of employment, what is the impact in terms of a whole myriad of realities in terms of our footprint in South Africa. And I always, I was so inspired and motivated by the previous speakers who said, often when disruption happens, we think about, the inconvenience and we often in denial about the impact that the technology will have. I'm often asked, yeah, but you don't contribute to this or contribute to that in terms of the fiscus and in terms of this. But today, I'm actually very excited to be sharing with you some of the great impact that we've had in South Africa. Since we've operated in South Africa, just over 12,000 economic opportunities have actually been, made available to South Africans across the cities in which we operate. And, one of those, a huge contributing factor or a huge component of that is actually involves just over 54% of our driver partners are actually youth. So if we look at traditionally how transportation has, the profile of transportation, many youth are actually not able to enter into, the transportation space. And of significance as well for us is the extent to which women have actually not able to use technology and to drive on using the Uber app to then earn incomes for their families. I think those are some of the unsung, benefits that the business has had in South Africa, over and above the fact that now transportation options have become more and more extensive, and more people now have the ability to move around the cities in ways that they never have been able to. So as a business, we also believe very much in playing a role in transportation generally. We don't believe that every city should have Uber, in fact, because we honestly just believe that the technology that we have can actually help us unlock a whole lot of other social and economic issues that we face in South Africa and the world over as well. I'll give just one example. So as a business, we believe very much in standing for safety, and we believe that the technology that we have actually enables us to have very serious discussions about safety. Safety, we know, affects every single one of us as South Africans, and certainly people outside of South Africa as well. So we've partnered with, for instance, the Soul City Institute, where we're trying to have these discussions and saying, how can we unlock, the features that technology has made available to us in today, but also futuristically. The fact that, one of the features in the app is the fact that which driver is coming to pick you up, the time at which they're going to pick you up, their name, etc., etc. How can we then see how we can have those discussions and then filter them up to then influencing legislation, policies, etc. Another important reality is the fact that in South Africa, I think we did the last statistics actually showed that over 65 nationalities have used the Uber app in South Africa to travel. So yes, you may say, okay, but then what happened to previous operators? What happened to, are their businesses not cannibalized? I'm saying to us today, let's think about the fact that a person arrives from X country, external to South Africa, now has the opportunity to say, you know what, I maybe wouldn't have been able to navigate my way and get to Limpopo and Mpumalanga and, the whole of certain parts of South Africa. But now we're actually linking people together. People now have the option to say, okay, I'll arrive at OR Tambo or wherever else, and I'll have the ability to then navigate my way, and in so doing, then explore much bigger parts of South Africa, which they previously might not have been able to do to the extent that they are now able to. So that will be, I'll conclude there, Program Director, in terms of my opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Musa. Any questions for Uber? One of the comments that has come out online, it's a lady called Catherine Brower. She's basically saying that you can have all this talk, but when is data falling? They know that it is not in your regulatory space, but the question is, we can do all this, but it's like saying that vehicles are cheaper, but not talking about the price of petrol. So she's basically saying, let's also talk about the cost of data. I know that there is competition issues, there is regulatory issues with the telecoms industry, but you people specializing in that space, do you think it's a constraint for you? Can you do all these great ideas if that does not go down? But just one thing for Uber. Uber also has got something called Uber Eats, which basically is the new Mr. Delivery. But I know in the tourism sector, particularly for the lodges and the bed and breakfast, it means that those operators only offer breakfast. It means that there is a strong market there for the delivery of food into lodges. And I would say that maybe you should start with rural areas, because that's where people generally don't have a broad variety of food and other things to order outside when they're staying in the self-catering facilities. And for us in the tourism sector, the question of access to other amenities once you have entered the destination is very important. You lock yourself up in Tizikama, you can get bread, you can order disprin, you discover that you've discovered a new taste for olives and no one can deliver them. So we really need Uber Eats in our tourism facilities, because that for us would work in the immediate, particularly in rural. In Sandton, you can walk around and then order McDonald's or 10 other things. Here, if no one cannot deliver food, you're going to be driving the whole of Umtata looking for a McDonald's. But there isn't a McDonald's in Umtata recently. Any other comments from the floor? No, not recently. I'm told it's old. I've just been using a different route, so Umtata. Students, I know that we've invited quite a broad spectrum of people from the media, from the filming industry, from the crafts. Oh, you've got a question, yes. So, or you want to argue as the panel, or no, inter-challenge, yes.
I'm actually just curious. So, obviously you have amazing data about how people are traveling inside of South Africa, right? You said that, what was it, 67 different nationalities have used the Uber app in South Africa. So Cape Town Tourism recently told me that arrivals at the airport were up, but the beds at hotels were down and visits to attractions were down, and they didn't know why. And it strikes me that the organization that could best answer that question is probably Uber. So do you share data? Is there an example of having shared data in another country? Obviously, I think it's quite interesting that who owns that data, because there's a certain national interest in that, right?
So thank you very much for that, Lee.
Thank you for the question. So you'll recall in my opening remarks, I mentioned the fact that as a business, we actually want to contribute to the well-being and kind of the way, changing the way that cities work, and particularly cities of the future. So we actually got that a lot, from cities the world over. And one of the offerings that, because of the fact that literally second by second, we're collecting like unbelievable amount of data. And so as a business, we kind of reflected on and saying, what good can we give to the citizens in the cities in which we operate, to basically assist them in making data-driven decisions, as you are alluding to. So one of those is a website that we launched called Movement, and it's actually a free website where basically what Movement is a traffic management flow, and it basically collects data. And what you are able to do, and the motivation behind it, is to help policymakers, regulators, city officials, emergency personnel in being able to look at trends, basically, so one of the examples that you can actually do is to say, okay, on Monday at 3 o'clock, I want to move from point A to point B. And then you put in you put in your point A and you put in your point B, and basically what Movement does is that it generates trends. And you can be able to see, okay, 2 to 3 versus 3 to 4, Monday versus Wednesday, Thursday versus Friday. So the website is www.movement.uber.com. And what we're doing, so we've launched it in Johannesburg in South Africa, and we're currently looking at other cities in which we can launch that. So basically what it means is that when a emergency happens, and say, for example, the N1 in Johannesburg is completely blocked off, city officials and emergency personnel now have at their disposal, at no cost, the ability to say, to look at movement and say, okay, instead of dispatching this on this transport corridor, we can actually do it on that one. So that's just one of the examples that we are, offering to cities and to just normal Mosa and Tandis and Sarahs to be able to access and benefit from all of the data that we collect as a company.
Thank you very much. Richard, before I call you, let me take the gentleman there, and then I'll tell you something briefly about your Uber diagnostics and how they've had unintended consequences. We use them to dodge roadblocks because it tells you, if it's a Saturday, it tells you that there is traffic there. You know there cannot be traffic on a Saturday there. There is a police roadblock. Honestly, and I was taught by somebody that I did not even know how they would come to that conclusion. Said, no, Daddy, that road is too busy for a Saturday. There must be a police roadblock. And we actually discovered that it was actually a police roadblock. But I don't avoid roadblocks. I've got no reasons to. Sir.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Ludwig Ndonose from East London. I've got two questions for Uber. One question is, you mentioned earlier in your explanation that you are only based in PE. My question is why? Are there any further plans for obviously expansion to other metros? Because we've got 2 metros. And the other one is, could you briefly just tell us what's your plan? Because previously we've had some chaos in Joburg in particular, where the taxi industry has been fighting you off the road, the burning and the killing of people. Is there any plan that probably you're planning to implement so that at least you sort that issue out? Thank you.
Thanks. The lady at there. And then someone there.
Afternoon, everyone. This is Anna Chinzamela from Click and Travel. I'm going to move a bit
Click
back.
and Travel. You said Click and Travel.
Yes, it's a
Very
travel
digital,
agency.
Very digital name.
I'm going to move back to Mr. Lane. Mr. Lane, I'm quite afraid of this voice app, especially with us who works with people who travel a lot. Now, I would like to know, how safe is the voice app that I should sell it to my tourists who are coming to South Africa to say, you can take a tour on your own, it's fine. Mr. Lane has approved it. That's my question.
Yes, Mr. Lane answered that. And how much will you give her as a commission? Because our travel agencies then will start raising money out of endorsing some of your apps, so they know that their job is to get somebody a hotel and a flight. Your app will take care of the rest of the tour, and then they could you could give them a marketing commission to offset some of the costs that no one can pay them. Before Mr. Lane comes on, the lady there, then I'll drop there, then they'll respond, then I'll take Richard, then we'll take another set of questions. Great. And then Musa, we'll talk about when you leave, but maybe 12:30. Yeah, it should cut to an hour. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Elsa van der Merwe. I'm from Port St. John's, from tourism. My first comment will be more in terms of our signal that we have to use this, because our phones are upgraded faster than what Vodacom and MTN are upgrading towers. So that is a big challenge for us, and in the rural areas it's even more. We think they're talking about 5G already. We are battling to get 3G where we are sometimes. If Eskom goes down, we have no cell phone signal at all where we live. So coming to your voice map, I'm sorry, I missed the first part of your presentation. I do think in maybe in a city environment where it's more clinical and more organized, it can work. If you have people hiking the Wild Coast from either from Kambati to Port St. John's, There's no cell phone signal sometimes. You don't have power points to charge your phone. You live with people in their huts, so electricity is not available. The same between Coffee Bay and Port St. John's, the same scenario. So for maybe in a city or in a town, it could work, but not in a rural area. And I do also think that there are certain people who don't like interaction with the tour guide. Our guides' jobs are not at risk because there's a lot of people that like to walk with people on the coast, talk to them, interact with the local communities. That is just my 2 cents.
Thank you very much. You said your name was? We really appreciate that confidence and reassurance that the tourism sector can live with technology, because some of the threats when people want to come on, but they say you're going to be the first one to suffer, you're going to learn, you're going to see. So we're happy that the tourism sector is not feeling threatened, and that means that you'll continue to talk to our panel even offline about how you can bring them on board to support you. Bra Frank, you're next. Or are you happy with the answers? I know that a few of you made comments that does not necessarily want responses now, but Bra Frank, you're next. Yeah, it's a name that you just have got to say Bra too. I mean, like, you can't just say Frank.
Thank you, Program Director. I'm the last on the list of panelists. So yes, my name is Richard Frank. I work at a company called Flow Communications, and we're a digital agency. And we've actually been involved in the process of digital transformation of companies and organizations for the past 13 years, although it wasn't called that 13 years ago. I think the word digital transformation has come about in more recent times. What we called it was taking your business online, basically, when we started. We've had the great privilege of working across the value chain in tourism. So we've worked with very small companies and organizations, bed and breakfasts, hotels, tour operators, regional organizations like Northern Cape Tourism and Gauteng Tourism, and up to your national organizations like the Department of Tourism and South African Tourism. And through all of that, we've pretty much kept the same formula in terms of thinking about digital transformation, and it's quite a customer-centric approach. What we want to do is take our customer through a journey that begins at a dream phase, where they decide where they're going to travel in the world. And we are speaking to an international audience. Where are they going to travel? What makes South Africa a great destination to visit? And then take them to the booking phase, where they actually make that purchasing decision. Through to the experience phase, where they're actually on the ground and they're experiencing the beauty of South Africa and its rich heritage. And then the sharing phase. So how do we close the loop and enable people to actively share online in order for other people to be inspired to come to this country or come to this region? And in those phases, there's been a massive amount of change. I mean, if you think about the dream phase, what has changed even in the last few years, the predominance of video online. If you don't showcase your destination, and we saw some of that with the Eastern Cape clip today, if you don't showcase your destination through video, it's very difficult for people to make decisions. They are visual, they are video-centric. Photography is becoming more and more important. And in the content space, we were talking earlier about Alexa and about the voice search experience. Voice search is going to, in the next few years, is going to outpace traditional search. So people are going to be searching more using voice than they are going to be typing commands into their search engine. And that means a difference in the way that you communicate online, the way that you talk to your customers, the way that you write about your experiences, because voice is natural, it's conversational, whereas we're used to providing customers with factual information and long narratives about how wonderful our destination or our product is. And these days, it's more a question and an answer. You know, when can I visit this destination? When's the best time to visit? Or how much does it cost? So the dream phase is being digitally transformed, and there's a lot of leadership in South Africa around that, the work of South African tourism, the work of the Department of Tourism, in order to encourage visitors to come to South Africa. Then we get to the book phase. And this is an area where we've seen an incredible amount of growth in terms of, first of all, third-party platforms like Airbnb, Booking.com, and also individual proprietors going online and allowing real-time bookings on their services. I think it's a known fact. I mean, we talk about people who don't necessarily want a tour guide to take them around and would rather listen to a tour themselves. The same can be said about booking. I don't think there are many people who want to phone a booking agent anymore. I think a lot of people want to have the Uber experience of booking travel. And we see that in the airline market, and we also see it in the accommodation establishment and attractions environment. In the work that we've done with attractions and with accommodation, we've seen revenues increase 30% year on year when they've been able to provide online real-time booking. So not an inquiry form, you can actually book your ticket, you can print it out, and you can go to that attraction or that experience. And that's really where we need to take not only the big players, but the little players, the SMMEs. If you're not online and if you're not allowing real-time booking, unfortunately, you're being left behind in the experience of customers. When we get to experience the destination, digital does have a role to play. We've heard about voice map and the augmentation of your experience. We've heard visions of battlefields being brought to life with augmented reality, and that will become a reality in tourism. So augmentation of experience is important. We've done some work around voice tours and around, for instance, apps that allow people to experience places like Constitution Hill in we use Bluetooth technology in order for them to experience the precinct and learn more about the attraction and things that have happened in the past in that area. So augmentation of experience is good and important, and we have a role to play from a digital perspective in that. And then finally, sharing. So when the person has had that experience, the important thing for us is to make sure that they're able to share it. And I'm very happy to hear that the airports company is providing free Wi-Fi, because the time that people share their experience is often when they're sitting at the airport with 2 hours to spare waiting for their plane. And as a country who are trying to promote tourism, we need to actively encourage policy around free or very low cost Wi-Fi, and encourage our mobile operators in order to reduce data costs, because that sharing is going to encourage, it has a viral effect and encourages people to come to our country, to learn what the beauty of our country, and to learn that that we're not that far away. We are a long haul destination, but it's easy to get to us on major airlines around the world. And the only way people are going to learn that and learn about the safety of the country is if people are sharing their positive experiences about it. So those are the 4 phases that we're involved in as a digital agency, and we're encouraged by the Department of Tourism's endeavors in this regard, and bringing together this panel and foregrounding digital transformation. But I believe we still have quite a long way to go. If we hear about the connectivity challenges in Port St. John's, we've got a long way to go in digital transformation, and a lot of that has to do with connectivity. It has to do with getting people online and then getting them onto the platforms that they can use in order to in order for them to dream, book, experience, and share. So I thank you.
Thank you, Richard, for those frank comments. Indeed, all our panels have said that you've got a follow-up a question you want a clear answer as to when we'll move Port St. John's from 1G to 3G. By the way, Richard has been part of the development team that developed a very interesting app called Madiba's Journey, which is being used by South African tourism. It's one of our own digital interventions to celebrate the centenary celebrations of Tata Mandela. So if you've got time, go into the SA Tourism website, looking for that app, and I think it's still active. Yeah, it's still active. It does not run out, and then interact with that app. You have raised a few policy discussions. The department will go back and discuss them. But I'm imagining the day when the 6th star will be a Wi-Fi star. So you will say this hotel is 3 stars plus Wi-Fi, or 4 stars plus Wi-Fi, as just a service measure. I know you do cleanliness, you do electricity, but the day we add Wi-Fi as a part of those stars, I think it would be a great. It does not have to start at policy. It can just start as an incentive measure to say free Wi-Fi, you'll get marketing. But I'm sure the department wakes up and thinks these things every day. Ladies, then I'll move out to the left, and then the student leadership is gonna speak. Yes, on some of the ideas that the students have, but I think generally from youth and just academic space, not only limited to student issues.
I would like to touch on tourism statistics. I think South African tourism statistics might be correct, but I doubt it very much. There is no tourism statistics in the Eastern Cape because we do not have an international airport. So we actually don't know who is coming into our province and who is going out of our province. I would like to use this platform to maybe challenge Walter Sisulu University, the CSRI, and all the other digital companies to design a method for us as a province to collect data so that we can have figures available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. DG, you're going to add particularly around the NTN-IMS, National Tourism Information Management System, which is actually currently being made into some law, regulation. Director General, do you want to come in, or Anime, or the team, the rest of the team, Tourism Research and Development? Okay, then let me take that, then we'll come back to that, yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Amanda. I'm part of the Port St. John's Tourism Forum. I'm also a member of SATEC, which is South African Youth Travel Confederacy, and I'm a backpacker owner. Tourism is a range of products, and tourists have a range of intentions and expectations, as you have indicated. Youth tourism is a significant percentage of South African GDP, not just tourists, youth tourism, voluntourism, and the list goes on. However, as an accommodation facility who hosts Walter Sisulu interns every year and also has WESA students, which is the Green Steward program, not only do these students and the youth do not know what a backpacker is, but the backpackers actually turned into a poshtel and flashbackers. So things have even moved forward before even the youth know what a backpacker is. And I know Nozozo came from Butterworth, and she cried when she realized she had to sleep in a dorm which is mixed with boys. That's what a backpacker is. So, yeah, you can imagine the tears when they first come to the backpackers. And they don't even know things like reservation systems and the social media marketing and hashtags. So I'm asking the panel and also Walter Sisulu, what would your suggestions be for the National Department of Tourism and the Department of Education to leapfrog these students of tourism into the reality of what's going on? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got a hand here on the left. Oh, and at the back there. Yeah, two is.
My name is Patel Machaya. I'm working here at Walter Sisulu Libraries. My question is on tourism. I know that you are talking about a useful website that can be used for various things, but trying to locate the question on statistics, I'm curious to know, do we have any central app that assists people that wants to do reservations in our tourist attraction centers in Eastern Cape? Because as a person who has been here for a long time ago and I come back, I realized that some of the lodges, these what called wild coast places that used to be active, they look redundant, and I wonder who else know about them. When we're talking about technology, why we don't have booths in the international airports that have got digital maps where people can do a touch screen and then you see where Mgazi is, and then you make a booking and then you generate statistics. Have those ideas been explored? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. There is a gentleman, yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Vuyo Sikonya. I represent Tentpole Data Analytics, which is a data mining, cleaning, and analyst company. My question is more around Ryan's last statement, which was in the form of, I'm going to paraphrase just so that he doesn't, so that I don't butcher his quote. The way to change what you do is change how you think. Now, being in the EC, we aren't always early adopters, all right, of technology. And tech is always considered a more sophisticated product. So how do we navigate resistance to adoption, one? And two, how do we take seemingly sophisticated products to seemingly unsophisticated markets?
That was a very sophisticated question. Can we allow the panel to respond to that? Thanks. That's a very interesting, because generally there's this view that says digital does not work in rural or in certain living standard measures. So I understand or in certain not densely populated areas. So I understand the question fully. The panel, do you want to hit at that? And then DG, you'll come in later about just some of the policy interventions that were needed, including the two DGs, which I know that they are part of our top management just wakes up and think how to improve the sector. So I'm sure they've got half answers and half questions to some of those issues. Panel?
I'll just answer two questions quickly. I believe the lady asked a very important question around how do we educate the students? Yes, and I believe your question, sir, which was the previous one you were asking, okay, how do we learn? How do young people actually learn new stuff, and not play catch up with Joburg people and so forth? Now, very interestingly, when I started the company Elite CV, I didn't know much about certain things in that space that I was working in. And how one learned was a lot of YouTubing, straightforward, a lot of research, a lot of personal learning. Now, we expect to be taught things, and we just a vessel, and we don't go out searching for information. And yes, access to that information is critical. Yes, infrastructure is a barrier as well. But wherever the opportunity comes in, try and research the most and learn digitally. One of the things that I did when I learned digitally is that I attended a university course in New York, at the University of New York, actually. I wanted to learn something, and nothing was there to stop me. So I literally went out to look for the material, learn it, and come back a better person. All right, and that's the problem. Many of us here expect digital knowledge to be just given to you, like somebody, the department is going to come and do all these things for you. No, you as yourself have to go out and get this information. And that's, to answer that question of how do you then advance, how do you learn? I think the next one you said, how do you reach people as well? How do you go into that global stage? I earlier on said marketing, and I encouraged Prof. Rob to actually incorporate this into the curriculum. And this also talks to the question that the lady asked as well. How do you educate the youth? You see, India, we know that they study IT from basically, primary. We study IT from high school. It kind of shows you where we are and how important we think IT is. you see. And right now we're saying the whole world is moving to an IT orientated, or rather a digital orientated future. And we don't even prepare the young, you know, and that is a big problem. That is a huge problem. Our standards as well, we also try to have our own standards, like Eastern Cape standards or Joburg standards. We don't have global standards whereby you know things at a global level, you know, and those things, for you to get to know things at a global level, you have to go out and look for the information. You have to go out and Google. Honestly, that's the best way that one can, you know, teach and learn these things. And for the students directly, it's got to start at school. Unfortunately, we cannot say, you know, just be fine and say students need to learn by themselves, especially students. For grown-ups, yes, it's very vital, especially all of us here, to go and learn by ourselves. But for students, also they gotta be induced to learn those things. And to be induced, it's better if you do it at the learning centers. All right? All right, thank you.
If I can add on what Bokang has said, when it comes to students, you also need to be curious in a way. I was born in the Eastern Cape. I attended high school in the Eastern Cape, and I did my university degree in the Northwest Mafikeng. And like you, I was a foreigner there. I couldn't speak the language. I didn't know anyone, but through internet and YouTube and all those things, you learn how to go around things. When I went to the CSIR, all I know that robot is there, like the traffic lights. It was the first time learning and seeing a robot in real life, apart from the movies. So through, and everyone has a smartphones these days, and everyone is on YouTube every day watching Isibaya, watching Skim Sam. Instead of watching those things, why not watch things that will empower you as a student, so that you can learn, so that we can have knowledge at the broad level, not say I'm from Eastern Cape, we haven't gotten this and that and that. Because in Joburg, we are from Eastern Cape, we are from Free State, we are from different backgrounds, but we all look the same because we are there because of curiosity and we want to learn more. Because now, like CSIR would, as personally gave me, skills, development skills to say, I can now, Belinda from Eastern Cape, go to China and stand in front of Chinese and tell them about South Africa and robotics related research. If the universities and the schools don't have the collaboration with these companies, and I'm sure most of these companies, they do try to reach out to the schools, they do try to reach out to the university so that they can have that relationship, so that our kids or our fellow students are not left behind from the transformation that is happening around the world. So with CSIR, we offer studentship, there's bursaries, there's internship, and I'm on studentship, which is why I did my PhD. With that, you're saying I'm not based in the university. Because in the university, it's all about lectures, library, experiments, you can do them, but for some universities, they don't have facilities. But for CSR, you're saying, this is the robot. This is what I learned from Musu, and now how am I going to apply what I've learned for that robot to move from one place to another? So as universities, they should explore the collaboration with these tech companies and research institutions for better life for the students, I guess.
Thank you. We are chasing up time. I know that Ryan initially saved us a lot of time, but I think that we are getting back into that trap. So I just want to manage one or two of our speakers needs to go. So can I allow the panel to finish? I will allow the student leadership to say a few things, and I'll take a last round of comment so that people must start consulting and packaging their questions. But let me allow the panel to respond to the rest, then allow the student, the SRC president to say a few words, and then I'll take in the last round from the floor. And then maybe DG, as you would close up before the executive mayor does the formal vote of thanks, you could then respond to some of those issues, relating to the department. Otherwise, we're going to miss lunch.
Program Director, I just want to respond on two questions specifically on my side. The issue of the display system in the airports, we've made an investment on that. We just signed about 50 million rand to put all the display information onto the airport. I'm hoping that the tourist industry is going to be part of that, so that we can be able to start pushing information as the passengers are actually landing in our airports. And then the second issue that we need to face in this country is it's a fact and it's a problem. For us to actually move a step forward into a digital world, the first part that we need to recognize is the problem of collaboration between agencies of government and ourselves. Just before we can collaborate with the industry, because we're actually not collaborating in terms of making sure that we can share information, and information is sitting everywhere in government and is scattered and is actually available to be used. So I will give you a TPL example in terms of how possible it is to actually do something that you think is complex in a very simplified way. Let's take social grant payment. About 2-3 years ago, no one actually thought that government can actually insource social grant payment systems. It took two people actually to actually say, you know what, from a technology standpoint, we can do it. That's myself and the CIO from the security agency. We pulled together a solution just through collaboration in paying social grants. That actually saved the government over 2 billion rands a year. That can go somewhere else. But if we don't realize the issue of working together as agencies of government, we're not going to get anywhere. The second part is trying to start understanding who owns which data as part of agencies of government. Because as we're creating data points everywhere in what we do in our value chains, and we're not taking that part as issues of that needs to be resolved by agencies of government in terms of simple collaboration, and we're not going to actually move closer in digitizing this country and making it easier for any passenger or tourist that is coming to this country. That was my last comment.
Thank you. Ms. Do you want to say something? Okay, great.
Thank you, Program Director. I just wanted to respond to the two questions that were asked. The first one was relating to why only PE in the Eastern Cape. So just a little bit of background in terms of how the business makes a decision to kind of launch a new city. The Uber app is an on-demand service. So basically it means that in order to benefit from the efficiencies that come with the ability to wait for a car only for 2 or 3 minutes, the business actually needs to see whether there's a demand in a certain city. So what happens, for instance, yesterday when we all landed in Umtata, or let's say you land in Matatiele, where I'm from, if you try and open the Uber app and you try and request an Uber, you actually get a message that says, sorry, Uber's not yet in this city, but we'll get back to you in time. What that does on the back end and what the engineers then see is literally like pockets of people requesting. And when we look at the map and we look at the data, we can actually then see, oh, there's growing demand in Matatiele, growing demand in Matatiele. And then the business then makes a decision to say, okay, whether or not to then launch in a city. So that basically is it. It's not to say other cities are more important than others. It's literally just based on whether there is sufficient demand to then benefit from the efficiencies that come with the app. Then just quickly in terms of what is the business's response to all of the goings on in Johannesburg. So yes, I mean, everybody knows that there's been a lot going on in terms of violence that's particularly targeted at Uber drivers in Johannesburg and the greater Gauteng region. So what's currently happening is that government is reviewing the National Land Transport Act, Act 5 of 2009, which basically regulates the movement of people for reward. So we've been involved, and that literally is my day-to-day job, is to engage with parliamentarians, government, policymakers, and in this particular instance, the National Department of Transport, who is the sponsor of that particular bill. Many of you will know that a huge outcry in terms of the reasons for why there is a lot of violence is because many previous existing operators feel that the pie has been taken from them. And I think we all alluded to the fact that disruption is never comfortable, and not all of us respond in ways that either embrace it. So often, if you don't particularly like something, you will fight it. So and also another myth that I kind of just wanted to dispel is the fact that Uber does not want to partner with existing operators. So of the base that we have, about 25% of the base is actually previous operators or existing meter taxi operators. And we did that deliberately as a business because we are sensitive to the fact that, yes, as much as the technology certainly disrupted the way that people move around, we also are cognizant of the fact that we needed to partner with existing meter taxis, and also that was part of the discussions that we had with government to say partner with existing operators, but at the same time, kind of unlock the opportunities that I've alluded to earlier, where now there's the opportunity to partner with youth that previously possibly didn't operate, and also women and other designated groups. So what have we done? We continue to work very closely with law enforcement. In fact, we have a whole unit that's specifically dedicated to engaging with police and sharing data where it can lead to kind of cases being resolved, or in cases where police are not able to have data to then share it with them. We are also then making comments in terms of the bill. A huge myth again that is raised is the fact that Uber is illegal, and that's the basis on which much of the violence is justified. So Uber is not illegal. It's not an illegal business. It does not operate illegally in South Africa. We are recognized by government and by legislation, and it was in the issuance of a practice note that we were actually permitted to operate all these years. But I think of significance for us as we sit here and have these discussions is the fact that I don't know if it was Ryan or Prof that mentioned earlier on to say that often with technology, you find that legislation is 5 years behind us. And that's basically what we're doing right now, is to work very closely with government to make sure that the regulations are actually reflective of the realities that are happening. And right now, we're very excited about the fact that the bill is actually moving us forward as a country in terms of transport and how transportation actually operates, with the inclusion with the growing importance of technology. And one of the big things in the amendments that are being made now is the actual recognition of e-hailing in the legislation, which is a major win. So in short, we're doing a lot day to day. That's literally like the core of my work, to engage with government and regulators, but also to have, to participate in platforms such as this with universities, with national departments, with the citizens of South Africa, to kind of just socialize and to have the ongoing discussions about where we are as a business in relation to the legislation. Thank you.
Thanks. Ian, just want to quickly respond to one or two questions, then we'll take the last audience input.
Very, very briefly. So there was a question about voice map working without signal. It works totally offline. It has an offline map, so all you would need is Wi-Fi. At some point, you download it and then it works. Whether or not that will ever replace a personal guide, one-on-one or with small groups, I think that a really good guide with a small group is still the best possible experience. It's quite expensive. It's not actually something everybody can afford. So where people can't afford a personal guide, we offer them something that's a near equivalent. And where you have guides who are doing the same tour exactly with the same script every day, day in, day out, sometimes over weekends, we kind of take some of that sort of routine away, you know, that boredom. And then the question about safety, you know, in some senses, Voice Map is just like Google Maps or any other navigation tool. The only difference is that you have somebody who's suggesting a destination. So, I mean, you would think that somebody who is local in providing a route is only suggesting something that people can do with reasonable safety, and if there are precautions that are required, making those clear. We do have precautions as part of the publishing process. Yeah, cool. I just wanted to respond to those.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, can I have an indication of who else wants to? It cannot be an afterthought. Who else wants to make comments so that I could just identify them? Yeah. So I've got. Yeah. Now I've opened Pandora's box. I'm gonna exercise discretion. I'm gonna dock you. You've asked. You can have interaction with lunch over lunch. I'm thinking 4 hands with one speaking for 2 minutes. I don't want to do the permutations now, but I'll miss my target. So I'll take the lady next to you. Yes, she's not asked. Then the lady there and the gentleman there. But then I'm starting with the SRC head here. Or do you want to do last comments rather, or is it question? Questions on comments, then I think let's go for you first. Then I'll take them in that order. The panel will respond and then do their last closing comment. No, you can't co-chair. No, well, yes, I've recognized you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name, I'm Polisi Zoko. I'm from Bizana, by the way, by place of birth. My first question, I think it goes straight to the Department of Tourism. The reason why I'm highlighting that I'm from Bizana. You know, there is an issue of mining and tourism there. I just want to get an idea of the department, what is its view about that issue. Because I think for quite a long time now, there have been fights going on where people, they are saying they reject the mining part of it. They are comfortable with the tourism part of everything that can take place. But I'm not so sure of how government has taken the matter and what is it that they are willing to do about that conflict that is taking place there. I think that one must be my first question. Again, going to Uber, I think from time to time, of course, I'm from this rural area, there's no Uber here. But I just want to get an idea, do you have any plan? For you to access Uber, you need data. Data, of course, is expensive because I'm a student. I might have money in my pocket to pay if Uber arrives, but I need an alternative way to get an access to Uber. I normally see some applications you can download a part of it that can be used offline out of data. Do you have any idea, or now can we then partake on that side of issues? Generally, again to the panel, anyone who can answer this one. Of course, I've said I'm a student and I still belong to young people. I'm unemployed, of course. When we speak of the 4th industrial revolution and the technology and transformation, it seems as if it's doing away with the employment of physical bodies or human beings. And when we try to motivate it, we are saying, you know, the country and the world is going to economically grow. Do we say we are going to have the majority of our people not employed, but as so long as we are saying the country is well developed in terms of economy? Or else, does this mean government now must start working on now, are they going to do grants for those people that are not going to be working? Because the money is going to be there, but people are not working. I just want an idea, how do we say we have people getting money, but again we sustain and advance our technology going forward? My comments, I think I want to start from this part of how we normally watch TV and what we do as young people. Again, I'm from a rural area. I do not have a DSTV. Once I start to see a DSTV, I start to enjoy what I have not seen before, which would be these soapies. Before I can start to say, you know, these soapies are wasting my time. I've been wasted for perhaps 10 years trying to enjoy them because I've not been exposed to. So these are the challenges that young people, more especially from rural areas, they are facing. When you speak about all these issues that I think you've raised here, they are more advanced in the areas where the development has been already taken apart for a long time now. So I think whatever that we try to develop, it must speak to every part of our society, because we know that we have rural areas as well as those urban areas. We must not only focus where we have everything has already kickstarted very well. And again, when I was listening to people speaking and presenting, technology and transformation speaks to business. What about our societal issues that revolves around technology? Because one is caring about how much will I make if I open this app? How much will I make? It does not look at what effect does it make to our society. That's another problem that I think we need to look at and find a solution for. Let's speak about this part of students. You become a student, I think, after 12 years of study. And in rural areas, for you to see a computer, I think it's a struggle. For me, I think in my primary, I saw one of it. Up until I went to my high school, I only saw 20 of them. When I came to university, I think it was a struggle for me. It's just that at least I had energy to go and see these things in my own. Otherwise, in terms of even our education, we need to make a change on this issue so that when we speak of technology, you don't get to be surprised because you are coming from a rural area. You just don't understand the jargon that is being used. What are they saying? Where do I feature in? Because I'm out. For 20 years, I've been out. It's when now I start to want to say, okay, how can I approach this? How can I do this? It's already late for you. But someone who is in an urban area started at 3 years. They have been having toys that are technologically advanced. So I think that's the difference, and we need to close that gap. Of course, I know this platform might not be that platform to talk to what I'm talking about currently, but these are the issues that as students we face when we come to the higher institutions of learning, where you are out, you're still trying to understand even the language that is being used. Some people are already far away from you. When you start to grab it, it's already out for you. Again, when you speak of transformation, I think from time to time, personally, I have a different view. What is the meaning of transformation? Should we as Africans use a popular known word of transformation? For example, when you speak of tourism, what attracts people from overseas to come to Africa? Is it the skyscape buildings or the trees that we have? But when we are told of how we must transform, we are told of how you must get rid of all these natural things that we have so that we can be advanced in terms of a Western kind of transformation. So I think it has to start there. We must be able to develop our own transformation before we can say this is how we transform. But we should be developing. For example, I have an iceberg here. If you were to see it, of course, it would be seen as something that is African. Is it really African? It's not. But if I were to come here wearing beads, walking by my barefoot, it would be something that is not good. But someone that is coming from the Western culture, that's what they come and explore here. But we are doing away. I think as part of our tourism part, we need to have a way of preserving our indigenous cultures to ensure that we attract more tourist people to come and see what we do. Not for us to try and make sure that we go to what they are doing, because it's not good. I'm trying to think, if I was born in Mthatha, and then I'm told Durban looks exactly as Mthatha, would I go and do tourism there? No, because there's nothing that is going to attract me. So I think by those few words, these are the things that I've wanted to raise. But of course, there are more issues that we can speak about. One thing that one thing that I just wanted to challenge everyone that is here. The problem that I do not want to raise is because we always not have time every day. That is why we're always left out on issues. This panel looks very good. Of course, I must recommend this site. I think I have seen young people. We normally come and sit like this, and then we go to be addressed by old people. Now I'm challenging this debate again to be taken out of this small area on the next day or any time that we can create, where you are going to have, I think here we have 32,000 students. I'm the only student that is here. It's not good. Because I think all this development, you should be speaking to young people that are moving around this campus. So we need to take it out from these small areas. So that it can speak to young people, so that they can see what we are doing here. For example, we have a tourism here that we as a course. At least we should have a few of them forming part of this if it's about tourism, so that they can get to understand what we're talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I almost said Amandla. Those are views from the student movement, and I'm sure those views are shared by a lot of other young people in the country and across the world that are frustrated by being left out, but also feel that there is a number of things missing in the thinking. For example, the people part of digital transformation. We've only spoken of the planet part and the prosperity part, and there's always, where is this third pillar called people of development? And I think that, but I can, without fear of contradiction, say that we will come back, particularly to the student movement, and talk to them about tourism issues. As the department, we are worried that we are losing in quite a huge chunk of leadership and those that could be tourism ambassadors. So we will indeed talk to SASCO and the other and the union of SRCs and the youth movements to just come and say, how do we see youth playing a part? But I'm sure in my other responsibility, I'll continue to talk to the student leadership of SASCO. And thank you for those comments. Are we taking the one, two? I'm not forgetful, so no new hands. I'm just checking the extent to which you've got integrity, and some yeah. I'll take this, and then no, let's take there and move there. Yeah, but literally short. The student leadership was given quite a long time because there was, firstly, they are hosting us in their campus and we had not allocated them a space to actually express their view, and we are going to pursue more discussion with them. So literally 30 seconds, and I'm using a digital timer, so it will tell me when you are off. Yeah, in the context of the theme.
Thank you kindly, blessings. My name is Nopasika Mkunyero. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer for the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency. I'm going to speak about two things that I think were raised here. One is a question of statistics, which obviously links to data, the very same thing, which is a baseline of how we basically are able to transform tourism. So we've got South African tourism that basically tracks the movements of tourists in and out of the country. And I think we need to place some reliance on those numbers because those numbers are informed in terms of how they are tracked. And I think I'll leave it at that, but I think I'm aligned with the conversation that says the university should be challenged as well to assisting us into making sure that at least we get to find out who is here at the point in time, and we're able to make use of that data for our own benefit and in promoting the province. The second question I think that was asked was a question around a central reservation. As the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency, we do have a central reservation for the the reserves that we are managing for the province. We are not at the point as yet as a province where we have a central reservation for all the products in the province. But I think, again, with further engagement with the people that we have met here, it should be possible that we can centralize how the province can be experienced, and we can basically have a centralized reservation for the entire product suite that we have. And again, we're talking with the likes of South. Last point for me, which I think is the biggest one, and it links to another point that was made about dilapidated tourism products around the province. And I think for us to be able to say we can captivate and really benefit from a digital space, which tends to use quite a lot of images and relevant information and up-to-date information, it must be places that are bookable if I want to make a booking at a point in time. So we should make the quality of our products work. And I think the challenge is for all of us to make sure that all the products, experiences that we have in the provinces are efficient and therefore can make a lasting presence in those digital platforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Nopasika. The next person. We are going back to the real 30 seconds after Pasca.
I'm Luyan Ndakaza. I'm coming from Jongindaba Heritage Hub. I'm a director there. The Jongindaba Heritage Hub is from Kagezweni, Great Place, which has just been declared as a national heritage site and a liberation heritage site. Umntu omkhulu phaa nguChief Sanomthetho. Sanomthetho! Zanomthetho. What made me to stand up is to hear that now we are moving from this digitalization of things. Since that the heritage site now has been the Great Place has been declared as a national heritage site there. I'm wondering how are we going to use these GPS things to the Great Place, because all the places that are under the chief are in rural areas, and this GPS they use street names and you can't navigate well. And now we are in the process of marketing the national heritage site, and it's difficult to do that. I don't know whether you tapped into that space of trying to make GPSs of dead roads, because I heard that we must try new things now. I know we are going to get rid of dead roads. It's gonna take time, but to do that. Another thing is that I heard that you mentioned augmented visuals there. We've got history with city upper city Mbali to ibaliswa ngomlomo. We don't write most of the things. I think this augments because we've got stories, great stories that are older, even that are older than even Jesus Christ here. So we need those stories to be told. Thank you about that. I wanted to tap on that dead road GPS. Yes.
Thank you very much. I think that was quite a very critical question, and a lot of people probably be interested in how do we come around that. The last speakers there? Yes, ma'am. You are going to be the last. Yeah.
My name is Babalo Mtlekwa. I'm wearing two caps. I'm a tourism lecturer at KSD TVET College, and also I'm a PhD candidate at the Northwest University Potchefstroom campus. It's just comments, not necessarily questions. As I listened to the speakers as they pondered, I remembered my first day in class when I was hired as an educator at the rural high school in Kumbu when I was 22 years old, passionate from Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University. You know, I'm a tourism specialist and all of that. And I started my lesson. And when I started my lesson, speaking about tourism transportation with the cruise liner ships. And having conducted my lesson, one of my students asked me, "Ma'am, utetuthini xa usithi igusha iyakruza?" And that's when I really got to understand that I need to go back to the drawing board, because the students that I'm teaching, firstly, there is no electricity. That is, they don't even watch TV. So I'm telling them about the cruise liner ships, and the only thing that they know is the ships at home. So I went back to my principal and I said, I don't know what to do. And he said to me, "You are a tourism specialist, that is why I hired you." So what I did then was that I had to try and go to travel agencies, tour operators, tourism office centers, gather information and make my classroom conducive. Now, why I'm saying this, with this whole digitalization thing, I really hope that the basic education was here. Department of Higher Education was here, especially the management, because these are the problems that we're facing with. Because now we need to teach this subject, tourism, and to find out that the industries are saying we are producing, as the lady they said, we are producing students that are not fit for the industry. The reason why is we do not have the resources. Our classrooms are not conducive. We do not have the simulation rooms to ensure that we make sure that the students that we are teaching, they go to the industry well equipped. Now, on the second cap, the PhD candidate part, I'm conducting research on cultural heritage tourism. As the CEO of St. Parks started speaking, I got goosebumps because cultural heritage is a part of me. It's my nature. Now, 2 a.m. I was up, moving up and down in my room because I'm trying to figure things out. Now, cultural heritage in South Africa is one of the products that are wanted by international tourists. That is a fact that I get from South African tourism statistics. However, they are not well marketed, as the gentleman has said. Most of them are in deep rural areas where we are redressing the past imbalances because we want to get everyone involved. Now, with this whole digitalization, how can we make sure that the Nelson Mandela heritage sites, those ones that are in deep rural areas, how are they marketed digitally? Thank you.
Thank you. Madam, yes, at the back. I don't remember that gentleman being recognized. I don't recall. And he has mobilized a union now.
Good day. My name is Ndombekaya Mtakati Futwa. I am a product owner in Amtata, and I am leading the Women in Tourism chapter in the region. I originally come from Port St. John's, and I can relate to the issues they were speaking to, which is primarily what I want to speak to as well. The tourism product owners are aware of this whole thing that has been presented by the presenters. We are very much aware, and we are very much in sync with technology, with the fact that we have to move with the times, with the fact that we have to sort of plan ahead, so we put our businesses on par with international standards. I'll give you a few examples. We are registered with the safari.coms, which I think you will be familiar with. We understand Uber, and we do know that there's a Uber Eats, which would work very well for a lot of us in Amtata. But the challenge is that the SRC president mentioned something about development. We, and I think especially the ladies from Port St. John's, would not be against that development, but I think we need to call it a responsible development. That is developing in such a way that we do not spoil what we are actually selling. If I can articulate correctly. And being based in Amtata, which is Madiba country, I think not enough is being done by the people who are supposed to be supporting us. I think that's one of the things that the department needs to look at. The second thing is, like I have articulated, that it's whatever you are, it's not like we do not understand, we are out of touch. For example, for my products, my furniture, what I have not bought locally, I've ordered from the comfort of my own home, through your Takealot, through your Bido Buy, etc., etc., etc. It's just to demonstrate that we are with it. But our government needs to pull up its socks before they can come, and because I've got a feeling that they do not understand that we understand. We're not there because we don't understand. We're not there because we need the government to do the things they're supposed to do, like infrastructure, data, cabling, to be able to get to the 4G, to the 3G. We don't have that. As I'm sitting here and I'm on 3G, and I'm supposed to be on 4G. So I think there's a lot of interaction, a lot of between government and providers of these data things, interaction between government and us to actually check where are we, so as in order to move forward and be more competitive. And Usis, who is a lecturer at FET, I hear you, I feel you.
We'll have to summarize.
I have taken students as interns from a KSD, and unfortunately, I have to say that I was very disappointed. They were not to the level that I knew they were interns, that they would need to be brought up. They came to me to get experience. But unfortunately, it just was not working out the way it's supposed to be. Now, I understand the frustration that I got from the frustration that you just indicated. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, one of the pains of not working together is collective punishment. So I gave 30 seconds, it became 2, it became 3, and in that process, your partners in the tourism sector stole your time. And so all these things you're speaking about collaborating, you could not do it yourself. You could not share the time that the director allocated to you. So we all lose. So next time we'll say, but they said 30 seconds, you're stealing my time. So we'll have to live with that. Otherwise, I'm going to lose the speakers. And we know that the next flight is tomorrow if they miss this one. So it's totally out of my control. We've already lost one speaker. So with those words, I'm going to ask the panel to do final parting shots. Literally a minute. If you take 2 minutes, I take Frank's time and then give that. So that will happen with Tatis Mutandis, even with the panelists. Yeah. So you're gambling him with all your time. Okay.
Thanks very much.
Sorry, colleagues. We are going to have a longer lunch. The panelists, some of them would be here. We'll still be able to interact with them and the departmental officials. I want the formal session to end. It's still being a formal session.
Just to answer the gentleman about being in an area without Google Maps support, you can go onto the Google platform and contribute to it. And if there are enough votes for your road being drawn in an area, we've done this before with some of our customers or clients who've been in rural areas, you are able to draw roads and get them accepted into the official Google map. So I'd suggest that you go online and do some research around that, Google it, and you should be able to do that. To the gentleman about computers, we now have 500 Rand computers in our pockets. You can go and buy a smartphone for less than 500 Rand, probably from any major retailer, Pep Store, Jet, etc. Unfortunately, for this generation, they didn't have that opportunity, but for the future generation, everyone should have access to computers and should be actively, promoted to use those computers, etc. Finally, just to contribute to the Uber discussion, I believe we mustn't think of it as a zero-sum game. Uber actually brought a new product to market and increased the pie. It's not that they're taking the pie, they might have taken a sliver of the pie from other transport services, but think about what they've grown in terms of jobs, in terms of people who never used taxis before, who are now using taxis on a daily basis through the Uber platform. So I want us to think about disruption as not something that takes away, but something that grows the economy. It does change patterns. People are going to win and lose along the way, but I do believe that digital transformation is something that we shouldn't be scared of, something that we should embrace and take forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Pavendra. Just a quick one from my side. I'm mindful of time. I'll just respond to the SRC president's questions. Look, I share your sentiments about the data costs, and just as an individual, as a South African, yes, I work. You mentioned that you don't work. I work, but data is still a major, budget item in my life, which I would honestly like government to assist with lowering pricing. When you were talking about, the challenges that you face given your background, I just want to share my story. I think you've given us a whole lot of challenges, and you've given us a lot of tasks to us as private sector, but also to government. But I'd also like to give a challenge to you as well, as a young South African from a rural background, same as mine. As I said to you, I'm from a very rural area. I had the privilege of going to schools, going to universities, as do you. And I say this with my heart on my hand, to say that I think that and this is why when you were talking, I literally felt like I was my younger self, seeing my younger self in you, in my days of student leadership and student activism. I think a lot of the time as students, and I literally am talking to myself, but also talking to you, to say, we often as young people look to other people, to elders, to government, to private sector to find solutions for us. Now that's good. It's a good thing. It's a really good thing. Government needs to do what government needs to do, as does private sector need to do what private sector needs to do. But I really implore on you, you are here. You are the only one but I think that the responsibility then on you is multiplied 25,000 times over. In your capacity now, go out to the students. When you go back home to Mbizana, take application forms. Talk to your friends that are in other universities. You sit with other institutions with other students from other institutions. When you guys have your next meeting, everyone must bring 10 application forms from the universities. Take those applications and take them back to Mbizana. I did that. Now, in my current role, I work for a global company. I'm as proud as South African as it gets, and I'm flying my flag really high in this global company that I work for. But I'm not saying, Musa, I'm here, I get to sit on panels, I get to travel the world. What am I doing? I'm having those tough conversations with my leadership to say, guys, you know what? Yes, we operate in this thing, and we talk technology day in and day out, but what are we doing for the young people? I'm pushing those discussions on a daily basis. Now, our company has innovation masterclasses with children from more disadvantaged backgrounds than you and I put together. And we expose them to technology. Just a month ago, they were building drones, flying drones. I don't even know how to think of a drone, let alone put it together. So I'm saying to you, you've given us tall orders. I put them into my heart, and I'm going to think about it more and more, as I think all of us here put together. But I'm saying to you, you are the only student here. Every single student in your heart, and you take the responsibility and see how you make that happen for other people.
Except that Uber is known for sticking to time. Musa, everything else was great. Bukang?
Yes. As a closing remark for this particular, I'd also like to address certain issues and actually commend Musa for what she just said. You know, people look at you and think you are privileged. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, if anybody knew what Makgabetlwane was, they'd actually think, wow, this guy, really him? It's even more rural than rural. Like, you find rural within rural. So most of us come with challenges in life, and excuses, they never help. And government is the biggest excuse that we use as, you know, a growing nation. We say, no, government is supposed to do this for me. This is something wrong with X, Y, and Z. When I started Money Interactive, which is a 15-year-old company, right? 15 years old. Currently, you know, the Tiger Brands website was done by us, Bitvest, Barloworld, and so forth. When I started that company, literally, I was connecting with an old Nokia, whatever, I don't even remember the name of it. It was so slow that the 2G and 1G you're complaining about, it's actually very fast. And I had to make it out of that. I had to produce digital material, learn from that digital material. And yes, do not lose yourself as well. Talking about culture, I just looked at you and I remembered what you said about wearing beads and so forth. As much as you're working hard and you're pushing yourself, do not let go also of your culture. Be proud of that, and that is going to draw, or rather drive, tourism on its own right. Now, one of the key things as well that we need to also look at as a people is the marketing. You know, I sit very strongly on the marketing. It came up a couple of times. If we do not talk, if we do not showcase what we have, we're not going to come right. I urge also the tourism department also to help these small businesses in marketing, in actually taking the word out to the world about what we do have. And in simple, that's about it. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So for me, I would say I agree.
You're speaking without the chair, so you can. Okay, proceed and summarize. That's fine. Go ahead, Belinda.
I would say I agree with what the other two ladies said, to say we need more of these engagements with different department sectors, like basic education, higher education, tourism, and others. Because in some cases, we are not aware, or I should say as researchers, we're not aware of the challenges some departments have. So if we engage more and share more information, then it will mean that we can easily direct the research that we conduct in institutions like CSIR in order to empower and improve the lives of South African citizens. Thank you.
I mean, I think a lot of what I would say has already been said, and probably better than I can say it. But I think, so, I mean, obviously there are a tremendous number of challenges in building any kind of business. And if you have very little access to capital and you have infrastructure problems, that only makes it more difficult. And, you know, I think that those problems are not unique, and to look at government being involved in solutions to those problems is fair. But I think one of the things about digital transformation is it has made it possible to start a business with next to nothing, right? You can be on TripAdvisor, you can be responding to people via email, via WhatsApp, you can be on the phone to Germany, you know, tomorrow, right? So the barriers to entry have become increasingly small. What I would like to see is, I think that South Africa has a unique set of problems, and well, they're not entirely unique, but they're certainly not the kind of problems that face people sitting in Silicon Valley. And instead of looking entirely to how we can use platforms that were developed elsewhere, and sort of jumping onto Facebook and TripAdvisor and those, you know, Airbnb and companies that have imported technology, look at how we can use technology to solve problems that might not occur to other people, and scale those so that we're creating the value here, we're creating the intellectual property in South Africa, because that's where most of the money comes from, right? That's where you get scale, and you're not selling your hours anymore. You're selling something that, yeah, that's the real value. Okay, that's it.
Thank you very much. I think we must give our panel a round of applause. They've done a great job today. Ryan, Ian, Belinda, Bokang, Richard, Musa, and Toro. We will talk about time another day, some other time. I think for now we'll digitally accept it as it is. Executive Mayor, we're quite appreciating that we've actually been in your space as your temporary ratepayers, and we would like you to just come and say a few closing words. The Director General, some of the things that he's going to say might compromise us in the meeting. I'd rather have them say them on camera. I know the SABC wants to have a short interview with him about some of the few issues. He'd rather say them that, so that if only he says them, he can always say that he was quoted out of context. Here there'll be too many witnesses. Except, do you have something quick? Yeah. Departmental platform. Yeah. I think let's allow the Director General 3 minutes to quickly, just briefly. EMX, I'm sorry, you can take that. Yeah. Do you? Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah. DG, just go through some of those issues. Yeah.
Thank you. I will try to save you what you do not have. I think I want to suggest that besides that LLB, let's have coding education as well. I think that's going to take us a little bit far and try and bring this to fruition. There are issues that have been raised. I didn't want to put your worship on the spot. There are issues that have been raised that relate to infrastructure and so on and so forth. I do think that not turning this into an Imbizo, because we had like a very sharp, dedicated focus, I do think that those discussions must take place. I definitely think they must take place. Now, we are reaching out to tourism stakeholders, and then they would share with us particular information. There are funds for municipalities, whether it's within DBSA and so on and so forth, where you are able to actually source such funding to be able to sort out certain infrastructure issues. But our municipalities are faced with a much bigger challenge than that. The rate payers, the base is very low. Very, very low. It is further eroded. In some instances, I'll give you a typical example. You bring in an Airbnb. It will bring in the business into that particular locality, but it is not going to contribute business rates. So it's not going to contribute to the road that needs to be fixed. These are discussions that we need to have. So we don't want the product owner who spoke, we don't want you to decide. I get letters that say, why are we paying these kinds of rates? Why are we grading our establishments when the guy next door can do better than me without actually going through these kinds of processes? So we need that conversation. It's not just one-sided conversation. My lesson out of that kind of discussion was that if we don't meet each other and talk to each other, talk to one another, we will have views about each other. And my view will always be the correct view about you. Your view will always be the correct view about me. And I think we need to bridge that gap properly. If we don't do that, we will definitely run into trouble. I want to short demonstration. I think it's going to drive the point home. In 1980, a gigabyte of hard drive was $200,000 US. That's hard drive, not even random access memory. At that time, random access memory, the processing memory, let's put it that way, that allows you to be able to use these gadgets, was 6 million at that time. It was 6 million. That went down in 2000. $15. That's the 200 one from 1980. It came to $15. And the one that was 6 million came to 1,000. Right? And in 2015, I mean, no, not even 2015, 2010, a gigabyte of random access memory came down to $12. Data will fall. There's no questions about it. It is going to fall. If you are, well, I don't want to mention names, but you know all the service providers that you buy data from. If you are in the business of selling data purely as data, forget it. It's not going to assist you. And it's not going to fall like in 10 years' time or something like that. It will fall, and it will fall soon. I'm using this example because it drives that message home. The decision taken yesterday, those who follow business news, decision taken yesterday by NASPERS to say that they are going to have this multi-choice thing listed separately, this DSTV thing listed separately from the rest of the business, so that the streaming business does not get affected at the stock market level by issues of what is this thing? By the DSTV subscriptions, and so they lost like 41,000 to 50,000 DS subscribers, high value. They are getting the low value ones where you just need a few things and so on. But that is not actually driving the volumes, because even the marketing that they get out of that revenue is quite low. It's because Netflix is there and is streaming. Their competitiveness currently is on the basis that they have got local content, which Netflix does not have. My daughter does not watch TV. TVs are not going to exist in the future. They just won't exist. That might actually be even 7 years from now, 10 years from now. There won't be a TV. We'll be streaming live. You will be projecting directly. You watch a movie here. You watch this program. So all these data providers, I can tell you, watch this space. They're basically going to be the future broadcasters. I'm saying there's a much bigger discussion we need to have. It's not just about the things that we are discussing today. The world is going to change dramatically. The way you do your business today, forget about it. It's not going to be the same. There is a broader, you talked about the statistics. Thank you. The same statistics that you say there's a recession today, it's exactly the same source that we use. The statistics for tourists in this country, these international statistics, they are absolutely legit. Absolutely. They come from the movement control system. It's in and out through Home Affairs. Date X, passport number X, identity this, in on such and such a date, that particular date out. And that is fully recorded. As they get to the port, we've got people that are conducting surveys through South African Tourism, and they say, tell us, where did you go to? They will give you the different attractions. I went to Tsitsikamma, I did the bungee, I went to Kruger National Park, I did this, and so on and so forth. That does not mean you need not collect your own statistics at your locality. Because that will be understanding of the kind of people you want to service in future. But those that are coming to your locality, you need to do that. There are places that are already doing this in other provinces and so on. And I do think that when there is an opportunity there to be able to work together with the colleagues. South African Tourism in due time is going to make some announcements. They are working with some of the platforms that would actually create a larger pool of, well, a better opportunity for yourselves to be able to place your products. But there will be certain conditions to those platforms. On the other hand, we as the department are busy with the amendment bill that deals with platforms, particularly platforms that pertain to accommodation. So it's not specific to a particular one. Most of people would think it's Airbnb and so on. So what we are saying is that if you are going to be using that particular platform, that's okay, use the platform. But there's got to be a limit so that you don't then unfairly compete with people that have listed themselves with the municipality as BNBs and they're paying particular rates. They've gone through all sorts of processes and it is costly for them to do that. So that will deal with the limits in terms of the number of, call them stay nights, will deal with that. If you are a business, but you simply want to use that as a channel to get your bookings, that is okay, you can do that. And you've got no limits to that effect. So those are the kinds of things that we are saying, they would level the playing field. Because if we don't level that playing field, we run the risk of eroding completely the potential revenue base that a municipality has. And you've got absolutely no town after that. Port St. John's is part of our Oceans Economy, Pakisa. Some work has already started. You probably have seen some sort of a center that is built there. But there's work that has already been started with regards to a bathing facility, right? The bathing facility which the Department of Environmental Affairs will put in that area, it's basically brought in because of the sharks, so that you are able to also allow people to come for that particular purpose. Otherwise, nobody can actually swim in that area without that particular facility. We are asking towns, small and big, whether you're a metro, keep the place clean. Just keep the place clean. Get the sewage running. You do not want to see what is happening currently in Harare in your town. And that's all we are asking for. The rest of the other things, if we're talking about planning, we will assist with the planning of tourism in that particular area. Wild Coast. President, you said something about the Wild Coast. I think one of the things that anybody from tourism will tell you is that it has got the longest sustainability capability than any other form of economic development. If you were to say, what approach would we take there? The advantage of our system, and I think this is a discussion we're going to have probably over lunch. The advantage of our system is that before you put any form of development, it doesn't matter which one, and this is what Blessing was trying to avoid me saying. The advantage of our system is that before any form of development is done, you will go through an environmental impact assessment. That assessment would come out and it would say, if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is done, this place would never work again. Or if this and that and that and that is done, this place would still continue the way it is with minimal impact. On the basis of that scientific outcome, a decision then gets to be taken. What will be the way forward? We are in an environment where there is poverty. So the trade-offs are not as easy. My own choices as DG of tourism will be, let's go for tourism. It does not necessarily mean it would be the ultimate best that comes out of a scientific process. And I think those are the kinds of things that we should look into and say these are some of the kind of things that we should actually go through. I couldn't help but overhead that you will be heading to China and the Chinese will be getting you to be more like Jack Ma. So that I'm quite happy about that. They've gone through some detailed competition and so on. So we'll probably have a potential startup here quite soon. And you know these issues when you get involved in SRCs and so on, there's always a view blessing that you are probably not necessarily the material. So keep the flag high. Thank you very much, blessing.
Thank you very much, DG. Executive Mayor Sisnoma Kosazana Meth, sicela uzosivalela and thank our panel, but just say a few words about how you could continue to work together. Thank you, Sis.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Now I understand why is this gathering called public lecture. Thank you so much for the idea. We've learned a lot, in particular us as the local government sector. When I try to look around here, there's few of us from the municipalities. It shows that you still got a huge task upon your shoulders to teach us about both tourism and digital transformation. This month is an Abo month, it's a heritage month, it's a tourism month. So kuzofuneka nindivumele ke uba ndithethe isiXhosa kuba inyanga yamagugu le. Ndithathe lithuba ndizithobe kwinkosi yabathembu amakhosikazi akakhahleli Chief Zanomthetho umzukulwana kaMandela. Thank you for being part of us, Chief Zanomthetho. We need more of progressive traditional leaders. The time you've taken here shows your seriousness about development, heritage, and tourism. Mandibulise ke DG, the Vice Chancellor, the DG of the Department of Tourism nationally, the leadership from our province. Allow me not to go on detail because of time. I'm running a risk of standing between lunch and you, so I don't want to be in a challenge here of having people leaving or people collapsing because of the time. Allow me to observe all protocols and acknowledge the leadership from business and the tourism sector and the leadership from the student formation, that is the SRC, as led by the president here today. But ngaphezu kwayo yonke into, the wonderful panelists, good afternoon. Molweni. Ngenzeka kuba iswekile yehlile kanye ityiwa zinyukile. We appreciate what you've done, DG. We congratulate you as the department, the leadership of our minister. Please pass our words of gratitude for choosing us as OR Tambo, for choosing King Sabata Dalingebo and Walter Sisulu University in particular to host this very historic event of giving us some insights about tourism and digital transformation. And not just doing that, and ensuring that the whole world descends to our space, to the home of legends, not just the province, because our district is the home of legends. Because as we are here now in this Walter Sisulu University, which is situated on Nelson Mandela Drive in King Sabata Dalingebo of OR Tambo District Municipality, that on its own shows that we are indeed the home of legends. So thank you for bringing the globe to Walter Sisulu University and OR Tambo. I want to say hashtag OR Tambo tourism. And listening to the comments that were made here, questions that were posed to your panelists and yourselves, it shows that there is a need to say to the minister, can you please look at this issue of Tourism Month and extend it? It has been done, it is doable. We used to have Women's Day, which is the 9th of August, and Women's Month. And it was declared that every day of the year is Women's Day. And we know the minister for DAF has extended the Abo Day, which used to be the Abo Day, it became Abo Week. It's now Abo Month. Can we extend, therefore, the Tourism Month to make sure that every day is a tourism day and every month of the year is a tourism month? Listening to what the people are raising here, it shows that there is a lot of interactions on this topical issue of tourism, in particular now with this new kid on the block of digital migration. Our people here, they are yearning for information, they are yearning for interactions with their governments, but I appreciate the fact that you put these panelists here and none of them come from government, to show that it is not only government who can make this thing happen. Government needs private sector needs government. So we are all in this thing. So thank you very much for this wonderful idea. I want to stand here on behalf of the 1.4 million people of our district to say well done to you and well done to the people that participated and the brilliant presentations that we received here today. I've also gained some vocab. I think I'll be better than when I got here. I heard about the new normal. I heard about the virtual realities, about there's FIR that is always talked about, which is the fourth industrial revolution. It shows that as the OR Tambo, which is the pilot for broadband and SA Connect, we need our government to move with speed to make sure that this project goes beyond just the government institutions, to even reach our business, to make sure that the issue of availability or connectivity is realized by our people. When we talk of OR Tambo, it is rich. I was made to even understand I'm also a learner in the space of the tourism sector. Hence, I was looking around and wanting to see if our municipality officials, I was saying to the DG, when I was late to come to this event, I quickly checked with the MMC from KSD, the one that is responsible for tourism, to check if the mayor of KSD is here. And I heard that he was not invited. But the MMC was here to rush out. My director, RETP, was here. I don't see her. So you need to come back. We need to engage as one government so that we are able to say, how do we, because we are closer to where things are happening, engage on these issues of saying this tourism sector, it is an economic development niche of our district. Because if you talk about contents of tourism, which is heritage, which is the history. We talk of liberation. If you talk of the natural endowment, agriculture, culture, those are all the contents where we can say, if we look at that, we'll make sure that tourism of OR Tambo and tourism of our province and the country thrives. And there is contribution that is expected from this sector in terms of saying, how do we contribute to the GDP? So we need to engage more and make sure that this issue of tourism, it is a discussion that continues. Indeed, it is an honor for us as OR Tambo District Municipality to be part of this, to make sure that as we discuss tourism and digital transformation, they are also part of that discussion, so that when you leave, we get left behind to continue with the discussions. Because I think even the conferences that we normally host as South Africa, the international conferences like the one that we just held on telecommunications, we need to have a way of cascading those discussions to this level so that we are able to get to understand what are the people on the ground saying about the digital transformation and how it links to all the other developmental sectors of our society. So we have a department, as I said earlier, internally, which deals with tourism, and we've got the broadband as we are a pilot. So we need to make sure that this lecture is made to be one that is giving insights in the communities of our district, but in particular, our office will be empowered to make sure that we lead. We don't only depend on the Department of Tourism to discuss this issue. I'm happy that there is a commitment that says we'll come back and engage the students of our district, and we need to bring more partners so that we make this public lecture real public by making sure that our youth participate, they get an opportunity to get this information that will make them understand that if there are these young ladies and gentlemen that we're presenting here today who come from the same background as we come from as young people of our province and district, then this is something that is not just something that can be done by those who are coming from urban. It is also something that is possible for our people to start saying, if there are technological aware, I've heard that our president, as the DG has referred to, had represented as well in Durban in another competition about innovations on technology, and they are going to present us or represent us in China, and congratulations with that. It shows, regardless of the background where you come from, the issue of technology is here to stay with us. So we need to ensure that we engage robustly to show the opportunities that are coming. I also like the presentation by our panelists to say we must not be in the mode which was shown before by the presenter that says, because when there is interruption, there is fear, there is uncertainty. We must not only focus on the negative part of what would the technology or the digitalization of our space come with. We must look at the opportunities and the innovations that we must come up with, because the panelists are telling us, even if there are jobs that will be lost, but there will be growth, there will be new opportunities that will come. And I think that needs to be the mindset of all of us. So we are saying tourism and digitalization is the way to go, and you cannot afford not to engage in that particular discussion. Hence we are saying thank you so much for coming to this rural space and giving us this information, which I am sure after today we'll be able to go and tell our business people. I saw roads that were shown on the screen there. I said we are the Professor Jadezwin, those who are immigrants, digital immigrants like ourselves, the BBTs. We are choosing in the 3 lanes to use the middle lane, which is lower, yet there are opportunities. It is even said, don't use the old or don't use the innovation and do the old things. I'm thinking of me in my phone. I'm only using it for receiving calls and SMSing. Yet I've got the power in my hands. So let's engage. Let's make sure that all of us are transformed and are made to be ready for this, because it has come to be the way that all of us will be living it, the way of life. So we appreciate the robustness. We appreciate the power that I see in the young women and the young people of this country, in particular those who are saying are coming from the Eastern Cape. So we will learn from you. We need to create more platforms to make sure that we engage. And I think it is a very relevant and a good centenary celebration present, and even the present for our Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, whose birthday is on the 26th of September, that you descend and you come to this university. Umama Walpetina Sisulu, Utatu Nelson Mandela, apho bakhona, they are smiling because even their own rural space is being transformed, is being made to be the part of the globe, because we can't afford to be isolated as OR Tambo. So we are sayibulela kakhulu i-participation yenu nonke ninanizileyo apha, and we are saying masincedisaneni ukuya phambili and involve and try to broaden the audience by having more lectures or more participants to make sure that asishiyeki, because we can't afford to be left behind. So we appreciate your presentations. Thank you very much, Program Director. You've been a good Program Director, and you were so robust. And in terms of the information that we received here, didabukela ngesizulu abangekho, because I'm sure they've missed out. Thank you so much. And please remember that OR Tambo is part of South Africa and OR Tambo is part of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Colleagues, before I close off, there are one or two announcements. Lunch will be served here, but I think that there is a buffet outside. People would come and have lunch here. There is a tour to the bean making route. Is that good? Beads, yes, the beads making route. All our guests are invited to join that tour. It's a 20-minute tour. There is an exhibition there at 50% discount. Crafters are out there showcasing their craft, the proudly Eastern Cape ware and other material they've made. It's 50% discount, and they accept all forms of payment, card, Zapper, and cash, in the spirit of digital transformation. So you've got no reason not to buy. With those words, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you profusely for having been with a good audience. My panel will talk. I have forgiven you on those other matters of time. And those that have offended, I'm very sorry I had no option.